This is a hybrid meeting allowing public access using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time.
Bienvenidos. Si necesita traducción para el español para esta junta, puede llamar por teléfono 720-386-9023 usando el código 104091 #.
This time, I'll call the meeting to order and ask City Clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Allen Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. This time I'd like to invite those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. No members of the public registered for tonight's citizen communication by the deadline. Members of the public were also able to submit written comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on our agenda is notice council business. We have 3 items to discuss this evening. The first is a sponsorship funding request for the Battle of the Badges hockey game. I'd like to invite Councilmember Smith to introduce their request.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm bringing before you guys a sponsorship for an organization called Revital. It is an organization started by a former firefighter for first responders to provide mental health help. They provide events and stuff to just promote mental health. First responders have, due to the nature of our jobs, we have a higher chance of depression rates, suicide rates, and substance abuse. So this organization just kind of helps bridge the gap and gives first responders another outlet to not go into the depths of despair. And I would just really appreciate your support in funding this. It's not just for firefighters, it's for firefighters, paramedics, police officers. It doesn't matter what department it is, it's just all throughout Denver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Are there any questions from council regarding this request? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship funding request. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll motion to approve the funding request.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the sponsorship funding request for the Battles of the Badges hockey game. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And the motion will carry unanimously. Next, we have the Rocky Mountain Arsenal 5-year review and site-specific advisory board comments. Councilmember Noble requested the 2 documents be added to the agenda for the record. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor. I asked for these two reports to be included in our official record because they both came out this summer. We haven't yet examined them. We did have a report from the Army earlier this year, but we haven't heard, as far as I know, from the Site-Specific Advisory Board that was formed in 1994. They have several critical comments regarding the report. You may know that the arsenal efforts, the cleanup involved cap and cover, which meant that most of the toxins at the arsenal were left there and simply covered. It's important for us to have that information for our consideration. Among the things in the Site-Specific Advisory Board's comments regard the Basin F waste pile and the principal threat area, which are currently not protective of the environment in their view. RMA contamination is above the contaminant system recommended goals. The hazardous waste landfill and enhanced hazardous waste landfill show indications of potential remedy failure. Basin A has potential remedy failure. I could go on. It's about 50 pages. It's extremely important, though, as we move forward regarding development in the area, to consider that there are threats, environmental and otherwise, because of toxins left behind at the arsenal. And I thank you very much for including these in the record tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Does anybody else have any comments or questions regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to our third agendized item, which is a RTD letter, a letter to be sent to the Regional Transportation District regarding the reinstatement of the 104X bus service. This is a line that goes directly from 104th Avenue down to Union Station and back. With the service cuts that RTD has undergone over the last year and a half, this is one of those lines that went away. Residents reached out to me and asked if there was anything we could do to encourage RTD to reestablish this line, as it's a important transportation link from individuals that are commuting back and forth from the Denver downtown area. So with that, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve this letter being sent. Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to approve the mayor signing the letter.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve signing this letter and sending it off to RTD. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion will carry unanimously. Next on our agenda, we are scheduled for an executive session, and then following that, we have our environmental planning and policy monthly update. Right now, I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice concerning potential affirmative litigation. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember M'Dare.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the stated purpose. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, I'd like to ask the audience and any non-essential staff to exit the chambers and wait in the atrium. Once the executive session has been concluded, we'll reopen the chambers to the public. All right, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Next on our agenda is the Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update. Would like to invite Dominic Martinelli, Environmental Planner, to give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. I'll be giving the environmental planning and policy update for the month of September. So we'll go ahead and start with the oil and gas update as always. So there have been no changes to the city oil and gas permit application activity since last month. The city has been meeting with Extraction Oil and Gas regarding their permit submittal applications and working to discuss next steps and how to move the applications to a point of rendering a decision. So at this point, there are 5 permits that are currently in process by the city. The map remains unchanged from last month. So state permit applications, there are no remaining 2A applications at this time. So the one remaining Form 2A application was removed following the deadline for July 15th for the reissuance of new permits. So at this point, all the existing applications for spacing units and things of that nature exist, but there are no current locations for specific site locations. Moving into the environmental update. The Air Pollution Control Division is holding a community meeting to receive input on real-time fence monitoring requirements under House Bill 21-1189. You may recall that during this last legislative session, there was a new House bill that required continuous fence line monitoring requirements for a number of facilities. That would include 3 facilities within Commerce City boundaries. That will be held Tuesday, September 8th from 6 to 7:30. And if you're a member of the public accessing these materials online, you can click on the registration link in the presentation to sign up. So as you all may recall, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment had their Camel Mobile Lab up and running at Eagle Point Recreation Center from a period between May 14th and July 17th, 2021. They did release the information, the data that was collected during that reporting period. The data showed that particulate matter, which includes PM 2.5 and PM 10, those levels were higher than other places and locations within the state. And then the ozone levels that were measured were below what was expected to be measured at that location. Particulate matter has potential health impacts on human health, which includes a number of different components, but the data that they found show that the PM levels measured could potentially cause impacts for sensitive groups to the levels that were measured. And then there is an additional link to look at an in-depth data dashboard showing the information that was received. CDPHE issued a compliance advisory to Suncor on August 3rd, 2021 regarding alleged violations that occurred between July 2019 and January 2020. So if you all recall, this is the period directly following the original settlement agreement that led to the supplemental environmental projects process, which ultimately led to about 5 projects receiving funding to improve environmental outcomes in Commerce City. As the city receives additional information and updates on this, it'll be communicated to council as well as included in future environmental updates. A quick update on the policy development process. The phase 1 study session is scheduled for October 11th. So within the original scope of work, we essentially broke down this project into 3 different phases and intended to have a check-in and a study session with council at the end of each phase. So we'll be discussing in depth a number of the findings in the work product that's been generated and get council direction and feedback on next steps and remaining work to be accomplished. The city wrapped up its organizational sustainability survey, which included a total of 73 responses from city staff and all city departments. Included feedback on how energy efficiency, water use, and general sustainability practices can be integrated into employees' day-to-day job functions, what some of the existing barriers to change might be, and then some potential areas for improvement. So the next steps from this is the findings from the survey have been tabulated and compiled in a report, and those findings and information is going to be presented and discussed with staff focus groups over the coming months to discuss potential ways for implementation and things like that. The city recently completed its first greenhouse gas inventory of the 2019 year. The findings and the takeaways from that report will be discussed with City Council during that October 11th study session. And then the final report and some of the takeaways and a 7-page assessment and sort of summary of that report will be posted on the city's environmental webpage. So we sort of have everything under c3gov.com/environment, but additional subpages have been created as new information is generated. The Environmental Policy Advisory Committee, it is my understanding that there have now been 9 members appointed to this committee. So additional candidates were interviewed prior to the commencement of this meeting. And the first EPAC meeting is tentatively scheduled for October 6th during the evening. And staff is going to be working with the EPAC members that have currently been appointed for onboarding and getting them in the process and starting to kick that off. So a quick overview of the policy development. We're right at the end of phase 1. We've completed the greenhouse gas inventory. The community-wide strategies process is still in place. We're still a little bit out from the recommendation of policies, air quality and water quality. One thing that I did want to mention as well is following the greenhouse gas inventory, the consulting team is working on what's called a business as usual projection, which is based off of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and it forecasts out until the year 2050 what carbon emissions may look like in Commerce City under different scenarios and changes in growth and looking at a number of trends and things like that. So that will also be discussed during this initial study session on the 11th. So this is information on the Suncor refinery from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And just as a disclaimer, this reporting period goes from July 24th to September 10th. We typically go from city council presentation to city council presentation. So this is about a month-and-a-half period we're looking at, but there were 11 exceedances that occurred at the Suncor refinery during that time. There were various exceedances of the hydrogen sulfide limit of 162 parts per million in flare gas and fuel gas, exceedances of the opacity limit, an exceedance of sulfur dioxide, and then there were also some additional violations of the carbon monoxide limits and opacity as well. So this is information that's provided from Suncor on a monthly basis, and this is regarding some of the recent updates and activities. The Commerce City North Denver air monitoring system is now live. It consists of 8 monitoring locations with a potential additional 2 monitors coming live in the future. So the program is developed and coordinated in a collaborative manner with existing air monitoring networks in Commerce City and based on a number of community input efforts, including from public meetings that were held in May. They do have this information posted online at ccndair.com, where you can access real-time information on air quality information and data that's being generated from those locations. And they also do provide a laboratory analysis and a mobile monitoring van as well. And then an additional reminder that the CCND air monitoring program was not part of the settlement agreement, but was something that occurred separately from that process. Suncor is also sharing periodic updates on their progress to improve performance of the refinery. And they're providing that at suncor.com/CC report, highlighting updates in plant maintenance in plants 1 and 3. And then they do highlight a number of community investments that they've been working with in the community as well. So that includes Kids First Healthcare, Access Housing of Adams County, Adam 14 School District, and the 60th Annual South Adams County Firefighters Association. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Martinelli regarding this presentation? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, Dominic. I was just curious about the deployment of the CAMEL facility and the readings on the particulate matter. As we all know, it's been a heavy smoke summer, and I'm curious if they have any correlation or comparison from other communities to kind of speak to whether or not that's related to Suncor particulate matter or maybe more from the wildfires this year.
Yeah, so we'd be happy to talk on that. So that is something that comes up with some of the regional haze from wildfires that are coming from various portions out west. The understanding that I have is that that was accounted for within the Denver metro area. So ultimately, the regional wildfire haze and smoke that we're having is affecting the overall Denver metro area. And the information and the data they're providing showed elevated levels of PM above that, sort of measured compared to other places in the Denver metro area.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, there it is. Councilmember Noble.
I am on the notification system for Suncor, and I haven't been getting those emissions. So maybe, can we look into that as to what's going on? Do you get the phone notification or the email notification when there's an exceedance? Does the
So-
city get it?
So staff is signed up to the notifications that they put out for, I think they have a text system and an email system. As far as I'm aware, the exceedances that we discuss in this monthly report aren't typically included within that. I believe that they typically, and you'll have to probably follow up with Suncor and we can get some more information from them next month as to what constitutes a situation where they would include that type of exceedance in the notification system.
I thought an exceedance was if you can pollute to a certain level and then you exceed that level, that's when you notify people that you have now exceeded the polluting level that you were approved at.
Yes, and I think the thing that I'm trying to communicate is we're not sure within Suncor's own system and how they specifically choose when or when not to put out a notification. We don't have a specific answer as to what constitutes them issuing a notification on their system.
That's
But we can get more information on what they define as that criteria.
That would be good, because I was thinking about that as you were listing all those. Wait a minute, I haven't been getting any, and I looked back at September 10th, which was the last one on your list, and there's nothing for sulfur dioxide. So thank you very much, that'd be great.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you again, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to our consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 18 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Councilmember Noble.
I have two minutes, 21-193 and resolution or ordinance 2021-73. Resolution 21-73. 2021-73.
Okay, I have minutes 21-193 and resolution 2021-71. Are there any others? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as modified. Mayor Pro Tem,
Motion to approve the consent agenda as modified.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as modified, which is without minutes 21-193 and resolution 2021-71. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the October 12th, 2020 special meeting. Minutes of the January 26th, 2021 special meeting. Minutes of the February 20th, 2021 special meeting. Minutes of the February 22nd, 2021 special meeting. Minutes of the July 12th, 2021 special meeting. Minutes of the July 19th, 2021 regular meeting. Minutes of the August 2nd, 2021 regular meeting. Minutes of the August 9th, 2021 special meeting. Minutes of the August 16th, 2021 regular meeting. Ordinance 2314, an ordinance repealing and replacing Article 2 of Chapter 3 and amending Chapter 1, Chapter 6, Chapter 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code relating to administrative enforcement and review process for civil infractions, nuisances, and business licensing. Ordinance 2345, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT grant funds for $189,600 for the implementation of automated traffic signal performance measures and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2347, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $350,000 from the general fund to the facilities fund for costs associated with the Facility Assessment Priority 1 projects and design work related to the ADA audit and authorization of the expenditures thereof. Resolution 2021-71, a resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Colorado Department of Transportation for pedestrian improvements to Colorado Boulevard from East 68th Avenue to East 70th Avenue. Resolution 2021-79, a resolution amending the Directory of City Fees and Charges. Resolution 2021-89, a resolution approving selection of Plant Moran PLLC to provide annual audit services. Resolution 2021-90, a joint resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the construction of Third Creek West regional improvements and establishing reimbursement terms. And I will open your vote.
Mr.
Now.
Gibson, I do believe you read the title to 2021-71, even though that was removed.
Oh, I thought I had written down 73. I apologize. So I don't know how to unread 2021-71, but I will read 2021-73. A resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding cost sharing for preliminary engineering design and environmental analysis for the I-270 corridor project. And your vote is open.
Oh. 2021-73 was the one I pulled. I pulled that one. And also minutes 21-193.
Okay, well, three of us up here heard 2021-71, but apparently Councilmember Noble wanted to pull 2021-73.
Okay. So then pulled from the consent agenda are the minutes from December 21st, 2021 regular meeting and resolution 2021-71. Okay.
73.
73. So the consent agenda vote is open for the consent agenda as amended.
And the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously 8-0. We have two items that were pulled, minutes 2021-193. Councilmember Noble, I assume that you've requested that to be changed because it says December 21st, 2021, when it should have been December 21st, 2020? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you. I pulled the minutes of December 21, 2021, because it must be December 21, 2020. But I would also like to ask that we receive minutes in a more timely fashion so that we can refer back closer to when we're taking a vote on the consent calendar, for example, because the actions that we took previously will be recorded in the minutes, and then we're voting on the consent calendar, and the consent calendar is 3 or 4 pages tonight. So it's really important to be able to refer back and forth. That would be appreciated. And then on 2021-73,
Hold on, timeout. We're going to do them one at a time.
Okay, sorry.
We'll do a roll call vote after we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as amended to reflect December 21st, 2020. Looking for a motion and a second. Councilmember Madera,
Move to approve the minutes as amended.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of December 21st, 2020 as amended with the proper title of December 20th, 2020. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, please read the title and take a roll call vote.
Minutes of the December 21st, 2020 regular meeting. And your vote should be open.
And that'll pass unanimously 8-0. Councilmember Noble, you've requested to remove Resolution 2021-73. The floor is yours.
Correct. This is for $1 million, our cost-sharing portion for preliminary engineering design and environmental analysis for the I-270 corridor project. I don't remember us taking a position on what we wanted to see on the I-270 project and giving the community an opportunity to speak on this in particular. I think it's really important to the residents in South Commerce City, and it seems like we're moving this through without full community involvement.
Councilmember Noble and City Council, this money was budgeted several years back, and there have been meetings between CDOT and the community in the intervening years. So there has been opportunity. CDOT specifically met with businesses along Vasquez about the project. So the 270 portion is a larger component of the entire 270 Vasquez project, but the meetings that were held were specifically along Vasquez. So there have been meetings, but what additional meetings would you like to see?
Well, my view is that the city council needs to take a position on what we would like to see on I-270, particularly since one of the suggestions is a tollway.
So Councilwoman Noble, so they are going through the EA process, which is narrowing down the options. So I don't believe that they've actually come to a conclusion that they're going to do managed lanes yet. And I do believe that there's a public meeting in October, I believe on the 20th, but I will verify that for you. So there are public meetings being held for the I-270 project.
Well, given that we send letters often regarding these kinds of things, it seems like this might be one that we would want to thoroughly vet first before their meeting, so that the council can submit their position.
Okay, we can request that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, it's speaking from experience. I think we're still in the very, very early stages of a 270 study where not even at 30% design. Basically, we're at a situation where the engineers are contemplating what's actually possible to even consider. And being that 270 is a federal highway, we have very little say in that decision to what is available to us as options. And so I think when you look at the overall project cost, the $1 million is to really get us to where we're at today. And we will have a ton of opportunity, say, in the next 18 months to give our input into this process.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, and, just kind of going along with that, CDOT did reach out to me way back when, and it was very preliminary, more of what are the pain points of 270, what are the impacts, what are the groups that they should talk to and reach out to. And so, going along with that, I've given them a list of different groups within the community, especially around, I-270 and in my ward that they should talk to. And so they've been reaching out as far as I know. And, there was no real discussions about the actual design. It was more just a lot of information gathering.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I just want to make certain that this comes before the public, because sometimes we have information that's on the consent agenda that when it comes to pass, people say, how did this happen? I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, and I understand your position on this, Councilmember Hurst. So if you are telling me that we will still have opportunity, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think we might get tired of it before we're done. We're going to have plenty of opportunity.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I may just add a little additional clarification. This project has been in the preliminary planning process for about 6 or 7 years. So it's been in front of council multiple times. The last time it was in front of council, you may recall Director Liu from CDOT came and briefed an update on the Vasquez project, but also briefed an update on the I-270 project as well. And also during that time frame, the public was given the opportunity to provide some comments virtually through a survey that was presented to the public. So there has been some ongoing discussion. not only with the municipalities affected, but with the public at large. And, pardon me, I have a frog in my throat. The $1 million is actually part of an agreement that we had from several years ago with respect to Adams County, and that's where we would be transferring the money as our portion for the preliminary design. And during that phase, the preliminary design, they will come up with multiple options and give the pros and cons of each option, and then it will be represented to the public and municipalities so that they can get their opinions on which options they may favor. I would suggest that that CDOT is probably leaning towards managed lanes at this point, but it's still subject to public scrutiny, if you will, comments from the public as well as municipalities once the preliminary design and environmental assessment has been completed.
Thank you, and I remember very well the executive director coming to speak to us at a study session, and we did provide our input, and my understanding was that we would hear something back, and it's been some months, quite some months, without any further updates. So I just wanted to make certain that our $1 million doesn't say, yes, we agree with the direction that you're headed, because my understanding, the direction they're headed is to have a tolling.
Yes, ma'am, understood. And that they had recently also had some drive-arounds on the I-270 project, and Brent had participated with them, as well as actually several members from other municipalities. And we suggested to them that they make this opportunity available directly to our council members as well. So I would anticipate that they will be reaching out to us directly to provide that opportunity to us specifically.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2021-73. Councilmember Hurst.
Motion to approve 2021-73 as amended.
I don't believe there was an
Oh,
amendment.
no amendment, sorry.
Councilmember Grimes.
You know what I meant.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2021-73. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title again and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2021-73, a resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and Adams County regarding cost sharing for preliminary engineering design and environmental analysis for the I-270 corridor project. Your vote is open.
All right, that's going to pass unanimously 8-0. Next on the agenda is Resolution 2021-76 for Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1, Amendment 4. It will be a public hearing on that property. Shortly after the City Council voted to have this come to City Council for a public hearing, I indicated my intention to both the city manager and the city attorney that I will recuse myself from this public hearing. In that time, I have not had any conversations with any council members on my opinion on this case and have maintained the integrity of the public hearing process by refusing to do so. This time, I'll turn the meeting over to the Mayor Pro Tem while I officially recuse myself from this action.
All right, so tonight's public hearing will obviously be on the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1, Amendment Number 4. This time, I'll open the public hearing. Are there any procedural issues? I think that's what Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe the procedural issue is the recusal of the mayor. And I wanted to ask, is there any other council member that feels they cannot participate in this hearing and render a fair and impartial decision based solely on the record and applicable law? Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
So at this time, I would like to invite Jason Rogers, Deputy City Manager, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Per Land Development Code, Section 21-3241 4D, on July 12th, City Council held a special meeting to determine if a public hearing process would be required for the aforementioned subdivision case. At that meeting, action was taken requiring a PC or Planning Commission and City Council hearing for this item. A PC hearing was held on August 24 on this matter, which staff will discuss the outcome in greater details during its presentation, and is before City Council tonight for deliberation and consideration. I would like to invite Principal Planner Jennifer Jones to make a presentation on the aforementioned subdivision case.
Good evening, members of council. I'll be presenting Reunion Ridge Filing 1, Amendment 4 to you this evening. Staff enters into the public record the contents of the case file, the subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the City of Commerce City. All required notification and posting requirements have been met. A quick summary of this case for you. The property is located south of East 104th Avenue, between Vaughn Way and East Tucson Street. The request before you tonight is an approval of a subdivision plat. The zoning of the property is reunion planned unit development. The specific use called out is mixed use, and the future land use designation is also mixed use. The applicant's request, Oakwood Homes is our applicant tonight. They are seeking approval of a request for the subdivision of Reunion Ridge Filing 1, Amendment Number 4, to plat 15.12 acre, a 15.12 acre tract into 129 lots and 4 associated tracts. The applicant is also seeking approval of a PUD development permit that is being reviewed, reviewed separately and would be approved administratively. And as I mentioned, the current zoning of the property is Reunion PUD. It's actually the 5th Amendment. The purpose of the proposed plat tonight is to create additional lots for residential development. A subdivision plat itself is a technical document. It does not change the zoning, it does not change the permitted uses, and it does not evaluate site design or building architecture. Traditionally, these types of subdivisions are reviewed and approved administratively in accordance with the city's land development code. Notification to the public and to council is part of the administrative approval. Section 21-3241 number 4 allows for public hearings by the request of the public entities, the community development director, or city council. City council requested this public hearing tonight. The location of the subject property, as I mentioned, is located on the south side of 104th Avenue. Zoom in a little bit more. This is south of the Potomac Farms residential development. And this was originally platted as a future development tract as a part of Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1. This Amendment Number 4 would further subdivide this tract into developable lots. The future land use plan designation from the comprehensive plan calls out this area as mixed use, corridor, and commercial. As shown, the future land use plan within the comprehensive plan, that designation is mixed use. The comprehensive plan is a guiding document for future land use decisions. It's particularly important during zoning hearings. The zoning is already in place for this property. As mentioned, it's zoned through the Reunion PUD Amendment Number 5, and that's the regulatory document. So just a few slides about the Reunion PUD Amendment Number 5. The area in question is designated as that Area 9A. This is commonly referred to as Village 9 or Reunion Ridge. And you'll see that the use designation is MU or mixed use. The mixed use designation allows for a large variety of land uses, including a number of residential and non-residential land uses. However, the Reunion PUD does not require a specific combination of those uses. It's a very broad zoning designation and allows for any variety of those allowable uses. This amendment number 5, as mentioned, includes a variety of residential uses. This simply illustrates the type of residential uses that are allowed in the mixed-use district, including single-family detached, cluster homes, single-family attached, or multifamily. But the zoning document does not require a set combination, so there's no minimum or maximum percentage of any of the uses. It's any of the allowable uses. A little bit of case history. So what we commonly refer to as Reunion as a whole was zoned Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD back in the year 2000. That was approximately 3,000 acres included. It was rezoned and kind of renamed from Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD to Reunion PUD, Amendment number 1 in 2002. There were a variety of subsequent amendments. In 2019, Amendment number 5 to the Reunion PUD was applicable to this specific property, and that adjusted some allowable land uses, lot sizes, and dwelling sizes. In 2020, the Reunion Ridge filing number 1 plat was approved. That was a very large filing. It created 447 residential lots, including a number of tracts for future development, including the one we are discussing tonight. And 2021, tonight, we have Reunion Ridge filing number 1, Amendment 4. There we go, just took it a minute. So the area shown in orange is the property from that original filing number 1, again designated as a future development tract. So just to clarify, I had mentioned that there was a amendment number 5 in 2019 applicable to this particular property. On the screen, you can see the allowable uses from 2000, the original zoning, and 2019 are essentially the same. There were some minor changes having to do with the minimum lot size and the detached dwelling size that are applicable, but by and large, the allowed uses from a residential perspective were the same since 2000. So specifically talking about the actual plat before you tonight, this is simply the cover sheet. Let's talk about the details a little bit. 129 lots and 4 tracts. The access to this area is provided from 2 roadways off of 104th Avenue, Tucson Street, and Vaughn Way. Included is a park dedication of a ½ acre, that's Tract D. There's right-of-way dedication, and then 3 additional tracts which are utilized for drainage, utilities, and open space. Those are all owned and maintained by the Reunion Metro District. You can see a little bit of how this property is laid out. I believe I have, there we go. So the western portion on the left is Tucson Street, 104th Avenue would be at the top of this slide. Tract A, Tract B, and Tract C are all drainage, open space, and utility areas. And then there are 2 access points onto Tucson Street from 103rd Place and 103rd Avenue. And then this is the western half, the eastern portion of this site, extending to the east, connects to Vaughn Way. And you see Tract D, which is their park dedication. So as mentioned in the PUD development permit, gets into more of the details about the actual anticipated development. This would be small, single-family, detached homes on individual lots. They are arranged in a cluster formation with a shared alley, and then they front onto green courts or green space. And there are optional detached garages. So the actual analysis of the subdivision plat, this was reviewed against the technical requirements of both the PUD zone document and the city's subdivision standards from the Land Development Code. Also reviewed against the policies of the comprehensive plan. And as a part of the development review team review process, the plat was referred to a variety of agencies, including School District 27J, a variety of utilities, the fire district, the flood district, Tri-County Health Department, and other city departments such as Public Works and Engineering. I know this is a very busy slide. I will highlight the points here. This is basically the analysis that staff goes through to review the proposed plat versus the requirement or the city standard, whether that's from the LDC or the PUD document. So the allowable density per the PUD is 8 to 24 dwelling units per acre. And the actual density, and you see both gross and net outlined for you there, but within those standards, 8 or 15 from a net perspective. The minimum lot frontage meets the requirement. The minimum lot sizes meet the standards outlined in the PUD document. The parks and open space as outlined, including that tract D that were shown for private park space, and then other, I'm sorry, there'll be another public park as a part of a future filing next to a school site. And the applicant has worked with 27J to identify future school sites. These were part of the comprehensive plan and future land use plan, have been identified for many years, and as a part of that original developers agreement back from 2001, it was agreed upon that with the land dedication that the developer had met the public school dedication requirement. Further analysis about roadway networks and traffic impacts, something we're always interested in learning more about. So the existing roads in the Northern Range were studied. They were designed and constructed to accommodate future developments such as this. Tucson Street and Vaughn Way were constructed as collectors. Vaughn Way is signalized, a full movement intersection. Tucson Street is a right in, right out with the median there on 104th Avenue. The city development engineering staff have reviewed this, and all of their concerns have been addressed. There were no additional development review team concerns related to the impacts to the road network that were identified. Impacts to the school district. So future school locations, as I mentioned, were planned collaboratively with District 27J and the developers. These sites are found throughout Reunion and other areas in the Northern Range. They're shown in the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. As mentioned, Oakwood Homes has traditionally dedicated land in lieu of paying fees to satisfy those requirements. That original development agreement I mentioned, established back in 2001. There's not a school site included in this particular plat. Again, this is that specific to that small 15 acres along 104th Avenue. There is a future elementary school site in Reunion Ridge. It's identified further to the south down Potomac Street and a little bit further to the east. And that would come as part of a future platting, part of a future filing. Some information, again, about the school district and the impact there. Currently, the children that would come from this development would attend these schools listed: Second Creek Elementary, Stewart Middle School, and Prairie View High School. There is currently capacity to handle this development. A little bit about fees. So the School District Capital Facility Foundation Fee, or CFFF, is actually a 501c3 organization aimed at addressing the district's capital construction needs. This is a voluntary fee. Many of the developers in the Northern Range do participate. The city does not collect this fee. It's not required per any city codes, and the city would not withhold permits if a developer did not participate in this program. Just to outline for you sort of what participation would look like as part of the CFFF fees. A single-family detached, which is what would be included in this particular filing, is currently at approximately $865 per unit, and at 129 units, that would result in about $111,000. Alternatively, Oakwood Homes set up the Reunion Community Foundation fee. This was set up back in 2018. It is also a 501c3 organization to advance school planning and development efforts specifically within the Reunion community. Due to this, Oakwood Homes no longer makes contributions to the CFFF, and Oakwood did provide a number of examples of the impacts that they have outlined, examples of their impacts in the staff report and the materials that were provided. And I'm sure Oakwood will provide some more information on that, and 27J also has a presentation, so staff just wanted to highlight some of the facts about the school fees related to this particular plat. So the subdivision approval criteria for the plat found in Land Development Code Section 213241, and I will do a little bit of paraphrasing versus reading this directly, but the actual approval criteria are outlined in the staff report. So the plat is considered to be consistent with the PUD zone document for this property. It does implement the intent of the Reunion PUD. There's no evidence that it violates any law. General layout accomplishes the purposes and intent of the LDC. Subdivision complies with applicable city standards and doesn't create lots that make compliance difficult. Should not create substantial adverse effects. There are public services to serve the properties. A development agreement has already been executed, and there's not phasing applicable. Public notification requirements were met for this property. The slide says as of September 13th, but actually as of today, staff has not received any comments or questions about this proposal. So this plat did go before the Planning Commission on August 24th, and the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward this application to the City Council with a favorable recommendation for approval. That concludes this presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions. Oakwood, the applicant, is present, and they have a presentation for you as well. And I believe there is also a representative from School District 27J, and they also have a presentation for you tonight.
Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Not seeing any. Oh, Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. At what point should we ask for more specifics? After the presentation by the applicant, or can I do it now?
You may ask questions of staff if they're addressable to staff, but if it's possible that the applicant could answer those questions, they would probably be the best to answer them. So I would recommend waiting until after the applicant presents, and then both staff and the applicant would be available at that time.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
All right. So at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to make their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name's Michelle Berger, and I'm with Spencer Fain. Our address is 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 2000, Denver, Colorado, 80203. Tonight, I'm here representing Oakwood Homes for the Reunion Ridge Filing 1 Amendment 4 Final Plat application. First, I'd like to thank city staff for the presentation tonight and the extremely comprehensive report that they provided to the Planning Commission. I'd also like to thank the Planning Commission for their unanimous recommendation of approval of the application to City Council. Staff's report and my letter of support are in your packet tonight. Before we get started, I'd like to provide a brief overview of our presentation. I'll start by providing the final plat approval criteria against which you'll be judging the application. Next, I'll touch on the application history. Then I'll turn the presentation over to Jim Hayes for a discussion of how the application meets the approval criteria. Jim will hand off to Kelly Lead for a discussion of the Reunion Community Foundation, and then Kelly will turn it back over to me for some concluding remarks. Oops. Tonight, As I said, Oakwood Homes and the Planning Commission and staff all believe the application meets all 9 approval criteria. Staff did a great job of also presenting the criteria to you in a pretty condensed form, so I'll just click through these pretty briefly, but basically the 9 criteria are: is the final plat consistent with the approved PUD zone document? Is it consistent with the zone district intent? Does it comply with applicable laws and regulations? Does it comply with the intent of the Land Development Code? Does it comply with the city development standards? It cannot have any adverse effects on surrounding properties. It has to have adequate public services, and it has to have an executed development agreement with the city. And finally, it has to be properly phased. While the staff report and my letter are very detailed, the task before you tonight is really quite simple. Specifically, you need to judge the application against these 9 approval criteria and determine whether you agree with staff, Oakwood Homes, and the Planning Commission that the application meets all 9 approval criteria. If so, you should approve the application. Before we address the application's compliance with the criteria, I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss the application history, and I'd also like to discuss 2 items mentioned during the call-up vote that are not part of your criteria and should not be part of your review tonight. So, as Jennifer mentioned, this plat was submitted for administrative approval. Staff completed the technical review. They determined that the application was ready for notification, proceeded with the public notification, and the notice period was set to expire on July 13th, 2021. Just 1 day before it was set to expire, City Council voted to call up the plat for the public hearing process. After the call-up, Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to this body. While Council certainly has the authority under the code to call up a final plat application, and I realize that the mayor has recused himself, I'd like to address some of the comments that were made and why they are not part of the approval criteria and should not be considered in your deliberations tonight. Specifically, the mayor referenced the lack of proposed commercial uses in this application. The PUD's mixed-use zone district designation is purposefully flexible and allows for a wide variety of both residential and non-residential uses. Anything from cluster homes, as proposed here, to parking garages, doggy daycares, and even crop production are all allowed uses in the mixed-use zone district. And there are no requirements as to minimum or maximum amounts, ratios, or mix of uses. Contrary to what some people think when they hear the term mixed use, this PUD's mixed use zoning does not require any sort of urban feel or live-work type of use. Most importantly, the proposed residential use, as Jennifer showed in her presentation, is allowed by the PUD, which means it's a use by right in the PUD's mixed use zone district. As you all know, the city's land development code defines a use by right as a use that is specifically permitted in a zone district and which is not subject to discretionary review. So tonight, you're not reviewing the use and comparing it to the land development code to see if it's allowed or if it can or should be conditioned. You're reviewing the plat to see if the plat meets the 9 approval criteria. Therefore, whether you like residential in this location or you think commercial uses could or should have been included in this application is not relevant to your review of the application's compliance with the first 2 approval criteria, which is compliance with the PUD zone document and compliance with the intent of the mixed-use zone district. During the call-up hearing, there was also a discussion of Oakwood Homes' history of contributions to the 27J Capital Facilities Fee Foundation. Oakwood Homes clearly understands the council's and the community's concerns around school funding. For this application, however, the staff report shows both 27J and the staff determined there are adequate school sites and school structures to accommodate the anticipated students from this subdivision. And while staff provided information as to the fees that potentially could be collected by 27J CFFF for this subdivision, that data should really be considered as for information only, because as Jennifer mentioned, the CFFF contributions are purely voluntary and are not included in the code when determining adequacy of schools for a final plat approval. Later in our presentation, Kelly Lead will provide information regarding Oakwood Homes' long relationship with the 27J School District and the creation of the Reunion Community Foundation. However, his remarks are also for information only because there can be no authority, or excuse me, there is no authority for a requirement that there be a contribution to the RCF or the 27J CFFF. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Jim Hayes, who will discuss in more detail what's being proposed for this plat.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. I also want to thank the staff and the Planning Commission for their diligence and detailed report that was presented to you tonight. Again, my name is Jim Hayes. I'm the Director of Land Acquisition and Development for Oakwood Homes, 4908 Tower Road, Denver, 80249. I've been working with Oakwood Homes for over 3 years, and prior to joining Oakwood, I actually spent about 20 years in the public sector with several communities in Adams County, as well as 5 years as the Deputy City Manager here in Commerce City. So I'm very familiar with Reunion, a lot of the agreements that are in place, as well as the long-term vision for the property. And I want to point out that this is a community that we're building, not just a subdivision. This is just a small portion of the community. It's a neighborhood, if you will, that we're building as part of the overall master plan. This is the overall site plan for Reunion. You can see the area Amendment 4 is circled over there to the left side. You can see the scope and size of the community we're attempting to build here. In late 2017, we became the master developer of Reunion. At that time, approximately 1,700 acres of land was available, including Village 9, also known as Reunion Ridge, which remained undeveloped. The development of Reunion Ridge and the other remaining Reunion parcels were subject to the requirements of the original PUD zone document as amended, and the 2001 development agreement, which was executed by the prior developers of the community. I just want to take a moment to point out we have delivered on several of our commitments to the community, the Reunion community as a whole, as well as the city, since we took over as the master developer in 2017. Several enhancements to the regional landscaping and construction on the transportation corridors, partnership with local nonprofit Community Uplift Partnership, or CUP, for the conversion of the Shea Sales Center to the Reunion Coffee House, which actually won the HBA Amenity of the Year in 2019. Construction of the South Lawn Pool was completed in 2020, and unfortunately due to COVID, we were not able to open that until this year. Partnership with the city on 112th Avenue, Phase 1, in coordination with the Reunion Metro District as well as South Adams Water and Sanitation District. Financing and construction of the Stead High School, which opened this fall. Also implementation of regional drainage improvements in the Ragweed Draw Basin of Reunion Ridge to accept more flows from upstream properties and to actually reduce the historic rate and volume of stormwater flowing off the property. This is actually part of the review criteria that we'll be discussing tonight. Also design and engineering of the Second Creek Regional Drainage Basin, including coordination with the city and the Reunion Metro District. So shortly after becoming the master developer, we began working with the city on amendment to the Reunion PUD to acknowledge the changing economic conditions since the original creation. That process took about 18 months and was approved in March of 2019. In the amended Reunion PUD approval, we addressed the compliance of the proposed changes in Village 9 with the comprehensive plan. Directly addressing the proposed changes in Village 9, we stated that, excuse me, medium density residential is proposed for the majority of Village 9, and high density residential is shown on the comp plan actually near 96th Avenue. However, due to the wildlife refuge directly to south, the intent would be to focus the higher density residential on 104th Avenue and then lower densities transitioning towards the wildlife refuge to the south. During that process, an outside review agency, 27J School District, was made aware of our application and stated that they, quote, support the need for various school sites within the development. And, quote, representatives from 27J had been meeting with members from Oakwood Homes during the last year, meaning 2018, to discuss issues related to school siting and contribution to the Capital Facility Fee Foundation program. As Michelle mentioned, Kelly Lead will be presenting a lot more information about schools during his remarks. And the school site dedications will be completed to the south and east of this filing as evidenced on the drawing there. In its report for the PUD, staff found that three things. The PUD would not have any adverse effects on existing infrastructure or taxing authorities. Number two, it would include development that continues to comply with the various land use designations shown on the future land use plan. And three, met land use goals 1 and 2 of the comprehensive plan. In January of 2019, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and unanimously recommended approval to the City Council, which again was subsequently approved in March of 2019. I want to point out a couple things that were discussed at that hearing, because I think it's very relevant to tonight. We did further testify again that our plan for this area was to implement our American Dream product line, which is intended to be an attainable housing product for all sorts of people that were having a hard time getting into the Reunion Market area. We did request a change to the cluster home standards, as Jennifer mentioned, by reducing the lot size slightly as well as the minimum home size slightly. And again, that was approved in 2019. We reiterated that while mixed-use land designations, which allowed for commercial uses in Village 9 on 104th Avenue, remained the same, our intent was always for this area to be primarily residential. Public testimony actually supported the need for more attainable housing and move affordable homes away from the refuge near to 104th Avenue. As you know, there's transit directly to the west of this property as well, which makes it very viable for single-family residential at a higher density. City Council did vote 8-1 to approve that PUD in March of 2019. So again, just some brief history here where we're at with this application tonight. This was platted as a future development tract in Reunion Ridge Filing 1. The final plat amendment was submitted in August of 2020. We responded to some initial city comments in March of 2021. And during this initial set of review comments, there were only 2 comments addressing the zoning and land use criteria, and there were no concerns stated about schools or the type of land use on this property. In May of 2021, we provided additional comments. The second round of city comments provided additional information addressing the review criteria, and there were no additional city comments at that point, and we went ahead and submitted the final documents, which staff approved on June 22nd. As Michelle had mentioned, City Council then called this up for this public hearing the day before that public comment period was set to expire on July 13th. Planning Commission did hold their hearing on August 24th and recommended approval unanimously with no conditions. I'm not going to just show you a bunch of text on the screen tonight. I want to show you a few pictures about what we're planning for the property. Again, these are for illustration purposes only, and some of the homes are obviously going to be subject to what individual home buyers pick on each lot. But you can see that we do have a lot of open space on the area. It's an overall density of 8.5 dwelling units per acre. That's 15-acre total site. Only 8.3 acres of this will be developed, 2.9 acres of right-of-way, 3.9 acres of open space. And we are now changed our product to the new On2 Homes collection, which is actually being constructed in Green Valley Ranch this fall. Hopefully we can, after this is all done this fall, later into the winter, we'll be able to have you out and take a tour of some of those homes. Just a few different street views of what the homes would look like. It'll be a similar alley-loaded product. You see some have tuck-under garages as an option. There may be some detached garages as well, but every home will have 2 off-street parking spaces. And with the alley configuration and the reduction of individual driveways, there's a lot more on-street parking available as well. Just a quick concept view of the park with homes fronting on it. This was shown as Tract D on the site plan. Again, a very nice common area for people to be able to use in the community. And then here's another view, again, showing a street view, making it very walkable, lots of pedestrian access, and again, the drawing on the left shows some detached garage options. I want to point out some things on the comprehensive plan as well, the future land use map, before I get into the final plat review criteria. So 104th Avenue is definitely a commercial mixed-use and high-density residential corridor. It's important to note the city comprehensive plan has identified several nodes of commercial development on the 104th Avenue corridor. So going from west to east, you can see the areas designated with the large C star, Highway 85, Highway 2, Chambers Road, as well as Tower Road. We are focused our commercial efforts on the Tower Road area, which is a regional commercial center. We're continuing to look at development in the northwest corner of 104th and Tower Road due to the existing infrastructure that exists out there, largely drainage and roads. There are commercial and residential land uses either being planned or under entitlement right now with the city using the Town Center 2 designation over there. In the Reunion PUD zone document, this is allowed in that area. I want to just restate that we are committed to continuing to work with the city to implement regional infrastructure plans and bring additional commercial sites to the market. The Tower Road 470 node, again, is commercial and regional commercial, and that property is zoned as well. So we do have a large focus of that area as opposed to this site, which we're planning for residential development. So I'm going to walk through the review criteria here briefly, but in a little bit more detail. Again, the 9 criteria, the first one is that the subdivision is consistent with any approved zoning, concept plan, or PUD zone document. And the subdivision here does meet or exceed all of the criteria set forth in the Reunion PUD zone document. We provide a detailed residential development standards matrix, which was provided by reference, and it does meet all the performance standards set forth in the PUD. The next is that the subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zone district in which it is located. Again, this is a mixed-use zone district, and the land use table does allow residential uses in these districts. In the application, the plat area is designated as mixed use. The proposed cluster homes are allowed in this district, and it does include a land use schedule provided for the allowable densities as well as all the other bulk standards set forth in the PUD. The land use table does contain a variety of residential and non-residential uses that are allowed by right in the PUD. It's important to note however, that the amended Reunion PUD does not contain any requirements as to minimum or maximum amounts of residential or non-residential development, only maximum or minimum densities of residential or non-residential that we choose to develop on the property. Further, the testimony provided at the amended PUD hearing in 2019, which became part of the basis for that city council's approval, we specifically stated this property would be residential. There is no evidence as well to suggest that the subdivision violates any state, federal, local laws, regulations, or requirements. I think this is further evidenced by the staff recommendation of approval, as well as the Public Works Department has already approved the grading, erosion, and sediment control plans. There are drainage facilities that have been designed in accordance with the standards of the city, as well as construction documents that have been approved for the site. Furthermore, since the Planning Commission hearing, we've received approvals from South Adams Water and Sanitation District for water and sewer utilities. Those plans will be formally approved at the pre-construction meeting coming up soon. Again, we've talked a lot about the criteria here. The next one is the general layout of lots, roads, driveways, and drainage facilities does comply with the intent of the Land Development Code. I just want to point out a few of them here. Number 1, minimizing land disturbance, maximizing open space, as well as preserving existing trees, vegetation, and riparian areas. I think it's important to reference the Aragui Draw area, which essentially is the drainage area between First and Second Creek. In this area, it did not exist until we started developing the property. So we built that from the ground up. We've created a riparian habitat. Spent several years working with the city, Mile High Flood District, to make sure that we were releasing at actually a lower historic rate and volume to try to alleviate some downstream concerns for stormwater. The next one is that the subdivision complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or patterns of lots that make compliance with such standards difficult or infeasible. Again, this is further evidenced by the City Public Works Department approval of our construction plans. Next one is that it would not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, either as they presently exist or they may exist in the future as a result of the implementation of provisions and policies of the comprehensive plan, the land development code, or any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted by the city. Again, the PUD zone document reviewed and addressed any potential negative externalities or impacts from this development. And the improvements that we have made out there, including a traffic signal at Vaughn, the drainage I referenced earlier, as well as some turn lanes on 104th Avenue, further evidence that we're actually creating a positive impact on surrounding properties. All right. The next one is that adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks, and schools are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. Again, we during the review process, 27J was notified. There were no negative comments during the review process for the plat. They are specifically supporting the needs for various school sites within the development. As I mentioned, we'll be dedicating those as part of a future plat application. So at the time of the public comment period, there were no unresolved issues from any agencies, no objections from members of the public, and so staff did find this application was ready for approval when it was scheduled for public review. The next one is that the development agreement is in place. As I mentioned, that has been in place since 2001. This addresses all of the construction of the required public improvements that we will need to make on the property, as well as any phasing that would occur. In this case, there is no phasing. So the final criteria, again, is the proposed phasing plan does meet the development criteria. In this case, there is no phasing for the property. So with that, I want to turn it over to Kelly Lead to walk through just some additional information that you may need to have about schools, and then I'll be available to answer some questions at the end. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight on Reunion Ridge, and in particular, my comments around our involvement in schools, which date back to 1997 when our founder, Pat Hamill, founded the Foundation for Educational Excellence, now known as Build Strong. My name is Kelly Lead, and my address is 4908 Tower Road, Denver, Colorado. I am the Director of Community Operations for Oakwood Homes. This is my second stint with the company. Prior to returning to Oakwood, I worked in public service for 8.5 years, 2.5 at a large urban school district, where I was heavily involved in bond implementation work, and then worked for the City and County of Denver as an appointee of Mayor Hancock over a variety of very complex public-private partnership projects, and returned to Oakwood in 17. But prior, my previous stint with Oakwood, I ran the Education Foundation for 6.5 years and was involved in many of the projects in many of our other communities around school development. And again, as Michelle said, my comments tonight are informational only and are intended to, really hopefully highlight what we think is the work we're very proud of around our school partnership work, and specifically to just address some of the comments that were made around our involvement in the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. And then again, I'll provide a little more depth. And so I wanted to start with just this slide here that I give some context to. Again, you saw the slide previously from Jim. It shows the boundaries of Reunion. And then each of the callouts on this sheet here show you either existing or future schools. The schools that are in blue are existing schools. We have elementary, we have middle, we have a K-8 charter school in the center of Reunion. The green or lime green represent future sites that would be sites turned over to the city and then ultimately to the school district as part of the development process, land dedication process. And then they kind of orangish yellow color is the Stead High School that we are actively leading both in the plan of finance and its development. If you've been by Walden Street, you can see it's under construction and will open here soon. Phase 1 will open soon. And I should point out that the Stead School site, which is 10 acres, represents a contribution by the Fullenwider family. So it's an additional 10 acres of investment in schools above and beyond the required land dedications. So I guess I'd like to just make a handful of points here. And this slide obviously has a lot of information on it. On the left, you know, I'd love to start with just the fact that we have an amazing partnership with 27J. From the day we became the master developer, one of the first entities we engaged with the school district. And to this date, you know, we're 4 years into our relationship with this community and the school district and the city, is that we have ongoing and recurring meetings with the school district around a range of issues. But obviously, over the last several years around the Stead School, the role of the superintendent, the role of the school board, and just the staff at the district have been amazing to work with and very, very supportive of our work. So we're, again, very proud of that relationship and that partnership. The second point I'd make is, you know, from the outset of becoming the master developer, we jumped in with both feet and became members of the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. I actually served on that board for over a year. But, you know, one of the things, like in all master plan communities, and again, master plan communities of this size and scale are incredibly complicated. And so we learned kind of through a variety of just conversations that it would make sense to think differently maybe about how we not only support the school district, support Reunion, and ultimately help deliver important capacity over time. So we created the Reunion Community Foundation in 2018. And why did we do that? And I bring out really, again, 3 points. One is, again, master plan communities are very complicated. And what we know from national research is that, you know, we build for families. That's kind of our bread and butter. And we know that one of the top 3 things that families look at when they choose where they're going to live is schools. And so there's a level of certainty that is desired by families to know, hey, is that elementary school going to be there? Is that middle school going to be there? Is that high school going to be there? And so certainly one of the reasons we created the Reunion Community Foundation was to create a greater sense of certainty for the development around making sure that in collaboration with the school district that we could create some level of, again, certainty for schools. Even though the primary, and I think Terry Lucero is going to speak here from the district, you know, the primary source of funding for schools is bond elections. But we certainly know that we have the ability as one developer to help move schools along. The second is, by creating the Reunion Community Foundation, it really created some flexibility for the school district to reallocate those CFFF funds for other parts of the district. Look, there's lots of needs across the district. Reunion's not the only part of the coverage area for 27J. So by us creating the Reunion Community Foundation, focusing those dollars on Reunion, it allows the school district to reallocate those funds for other areas of importance. The third point I'd make is, by creating the Reunion Community Foundation as a 501c3, we've been able to leverage those funds, and that really starts to get at the table here, where we've gone out and done a capital campaign. We've also been able, again, to create other partnerships that have leveraged that investment to create more investment, in this case, in the creation of the Stead School, which was done collaboratively with the district. Another point I'd make that I really want to emphasize is, even though the CFFF is voluntary, one of the things we've done through the Reunion Community Foundation is, in our land agreements with third-party builders, that is now required. So those funds are paid and are required and are staying and being reinvested in the Reunion community for the benefit of the community. So I guess I would just kind of summarize, you know, I could sit here all night and talk about schools, but we've already been here a long time tonight, so I'll just hit 4 key points. One, we've contributed either to the CFFF or now the Reunion Community Foundation from day one. We have a deep commitment, unparalleled commitment to our school investment strategy, and we're very proud of that work. Since launching the CFFF, we have exceeded the contributions. So what do I mean by that? The fee we charge is actually greater than what the school district charges. So we're collecting more funds, again, no longer in a voluntary way, but in a required way of our third-party builders. And then third, those funds are being reinvested in Reunion to create more certainty for families and more certainty for the community. The last point I would make is above and beyond the investment of the CFF, the Reunion Community Foundation funds, Oakwood Homes is actively involved in the design, development, implementation, and plan of finance of the STED school. I mean, I don't know how many schools got funded during the global pandemic, but STED was one of them. And we played, and our team, Oakwood team, played an active role in making sure that that school not only got financed, but is being built, and we'll be very proud of it opening here in a very short amount of time. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle for some closing comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. As you've seen from tonight's presentation, my letter, and the staff report, the application clearly meets the 9 approval criteria that are before you tonight. Specifically, it's consistent with the PUD zone document. It's consistent with the mixed-use zone district intent. It complies with the applicable laws and regulations. It complies with the intent of the Land Development Code. It complies with the city development standards. It has no adverse effects on surrounding properties. It has adequate public services available. It has an executed development agreement, and it's properly phased. Therefore, Oakwood Homes would respectfully request that City Council approve this application. If you have any questions, we're available to answer them now or after the public comment period. I'd also like to request an opportunity to respond to any public comments before the public hearing is closed.
Does anyone on council have questions for the applicant? Councilman Madera.
Yeah, I have a few questions. My first question is for staff. So on one of the slides in the staff presentation, we talked about future land uses. And we said that this area was mixed-use corridor commercial. Well, so my question is, what constitutes a mixed-use corridor commercial property?
Sure, I assume you're referring to the comprehensive plan designation?
Yeah, whichever was on slide 9 of
Okay.
the staff presentation.
I have that. So would you like me to bring up that slide? Would that be helpful?
Sure.
Oh. There we go. There we go. Sorry about moving through the slides so quickly. So yes, the comprehensive plan, as mentioned, calls out this area along 104th Avenue as mixed-use corridor commercial. Outlined in the actual comprehensive plan, residential densities up to 40 units per acre are allowed. And again, the zoning is also mixed use in the Reunion PUD, which would be in line with the comprehensive plan designation.
So, I mean, I guess it comes down to intent, right? And so because it's allowed, does that satisfy the intent?
Well, the Reunion PUD, right, it is broad, right, and it's allowances. And so that those uses were approved by council, right, originally back in 2000. There's been subsequent amendments. But as shown on another slide, those residential uses have always been included. So it does seem that that is in line with the mixed use designation in the comprehensive plan.
is there any commercial uses that are allowed or allowable under that designation?
Yes, the zoning allows a variety of residential and non-residential uses, but there is no requirement for a mixture or a minimum or a maximum of any of those. And so it's a choice of any of the allowable uses. There's not a requirement for an actual quote-unquote mixture of the allowable uses.
Okay, I guess I'm just getting tripped up by the mixed use and, specifically on from what I'm seeing here, this is kind of the intent, right? Was mixed use quarter and commercial. So I guess I'm kind of struggling to make that connection between the intent.
Sure. Well, as mentioned, I believe it's this slide. The zoning is actually the regulatory document, and so that was more in play, if you will, right during those zoning amendments. So the comprehensive plan designation is a guiding principle, right? A guiding document for decisions, but the zoning is actually regulatory. So the allowable uses outlined in the reunion Fifth Amendment PUD, those are any of those that are listed as an allowable use are a use by right. Does that make sense? I know
Yeah,
that
so you're saying because we approved the PUD previously, that essentially a use by right because it's one of the allowable mixed uses. Is that more or less what you're saying?
basically, right, so there's a variety of uses allowed in the PUD, yes, which probably, again, that mixed use, I think sometimes, right, it's sort of our common conception is that has to be in the same specific area, but the regulatory document, the actual PUD, doesn't require a mixture of uses or a combination thereof of the allowable use by rights, right? It can be any of those. And so that's the sort of that broad nature that was mentioned in respect to the PUD itself.
Deputy Rogers, if you want to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Madera, great question. When thinking about mixed use, taking a step back, I'll say from a staff perspective, obviously land use and the broad application of both residential and commercial play a role and play a form to it, but also defining and creating an urban character and an urban form that allows for, I'll say, organic placement of certain uses has always been, I'll say, one of the guiding principles when we think about mixed use. And this is just kind of a broad principle in the planning world. Not to say that it doesn't come with its challenges. And I think one of those challenges that's being, I think where your question is coming from is how do you balance the non-residential, the commercial, the retail, the employment with the residential that may be delivered and not having triggers or mechanisms to ensure one does not dominate the other. And I would say with the zoning that we have and with the comp plan is broad in being mindful of that flexibility based off of where the market is dictating and or driving some of these concepts. And ultimately it comes down to the PUD where you look at the enforcement of that, I would say blending that balanced solution for those triggers to ensure that you are allowing for the amenities and that urban form and that character to be delivered. It happens to be in this PUD that you have before you today that when it was brought forward, that flexibility for allowing those uses as you look at how development occurs over time to be delivered, there just wasn't a mechanism that required it to have that commercial component.
And so another question that just came up, what's the density of this per acre again?
Sure, I have it right here. I'm sorry for flipping through these slides. I know that's dizzying. So it depends on if you do a gross calculation or a net calculation, but it's 8.53 is the gross calculation, or 15.5 net, so within that allowable range of 8 to 24. And the difference is whether or not you consider property that would be pulled out for right-of-way and things like that.
And then I think another one of the criteria was impacts to surrounding communities. Can we go to the parking slide on this? And maybe this is a better question for the applicant. How many spaces will there be per unit?
So each unit will have 2 dedicated parking spaces, regardless of whether there's a garage built.
And is there additional parking to that? I mean, it kind of seems like today, most people have a car or two, and if you have someone over, where are they going to park?
So as Jim Hayes mentioned, with the elimination of the driveway cuts and so forth, there's a lot more parking available on street. And what we look for is meeting whatever the development services requirements are regarding minimum parking. And so this does meet the minimum parking required.
What's the minimum parking requirement?
Two parking spaces.
Okay. So, I mean, that's kind of difficult because, you're meeting the minimum on one hand, but what are you doing to ensure that it's not going to overflow into neighboring communities and have impacts on those communities?
I think I'll have Jim talk a little bit more about the planning that took place. And obviously, there's no, in Commerce City, or at least in this location, there's no permitted parking. And so the plat as submitted meets the minimum required parking that the city has in the code, such that that should be avoided. But I'll let Jim talk to any specific questions about the planning for parking.
Jennifer, I hate to make you flip back and forth. Do you mind showing our site plan from our presentation? I think that might be the best exhibit to follow my explanation. So while she's pulling that up, so with our cluster home development, I think the only real cluster home we have in Reunion right now is our carriage home product, which essentially is 110 by 110 square foot block. And that's a courtyard system, and those have 2-car garages with them. And then that actually reduces the individual curb cuts that you would have in a driveway where you'd have a standard, say, 50-foot wide lot with a driveway every 50 feet. And so in this situation with the on-2 that we have planned, we put together these pods, if you will, alley loaded. Some of them you can drive straight through the alley. Some of them are not cut through streets, if you will. But what it does, it really takes that area, which is about 125 by 110, and you've only got one alley cut in that whole width of that block, but you've got multiple homes being served off of that alley. So what it does, it eliminates a whole bunch of driveways that you would normally have in a standard single-family development, and allows for a lot more on-street parking in front of each one of the homes. So while we are, if you will, just meeting the minimum, we found this to be a very successful approach to allow for visitor parking. Some people will actually park their own, when they live in the home, they'll park right in front of their home, right on the public street and things like that. So we believe that it's a good approach to urban design. And it does provide extra parking, even though it's not designated, or as Michelle mentioned, there's no permit system or anything like that that we enforce. Sure.
So Jennifer mentioned that kind of a companion case with this plat application is the PUD permit, where things specifically get drilled down into, such as landscaping and parking. And in the PUD permit, there's a parking requirement of 258 spaces, and we are actually providing 352. So, and that, here's the layout that Jim was referencing.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. So 352 spaces for 129 homes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Thank you. So I have a question about the school. I don't know if this would be for you or for the school district. Why are you doing an elementary school? It seems to be there's a bigger need for a middle school.
So I will defer to the school district in terms of how they determine what structures they need. But when the plat application is reviewed by staff, there is a report that's provided to staff that's based on the school district's long-range planning that talks about the anticipated elementary, middle, and high school students and the current capacity of the existing structures, and when those structures would anticipate to be exceeding their capacity. And I believe the school district's going to make some comments after we're done with our questions, so maybe you could answer that or ask that question again.
I'll save it for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much, and I apologize for coughing. Got water down the wrong side of my throat. I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Madera's questions regarding parking. How is this not in conflict with the parking regulations that we just passed regarding parking in front of your home? I don't see how these homes are going to be able to accommodate our parking regulations, which is something I warned about when we passed them in the first place.
So I'll defer to staff in terms of what regulation they use to judge this particular application.
Yes, that would be great.
Sure, so the specifics of, right, the actual sort of parking areas and things like that would be included on the PUD permit, right, which is a separate but concurrent review. And again, the review resulted, in that a decision that, or an understanding that it did meet the minimum requirement. I apologize, I do not know the specifics of the new standard that you're referring to. Certainly, other staff might want to speak to that.
If I will take a stab at that. I'm trying to pull it up here. The regulations that were passed earlier in the year about the time of parking, the not changing the time of parking in front of your own residence is a restriction on parking. It's not part of our development review criteria. So I am not certain how that would apply here, whether that would be in front of their own house. People would be able to still remain parked in front if there is street, I didn't hear if there is street parking available. And so that would be available consistent with the way that law is written, as would the same restrictions on large vehicles, et cetera.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
The law that was passed earlier in the year would apply just as it would anywhere else, essentially. It's not a criteria for review here or a standard for how the application would be reviewed.
But it is in conflict with our regulations, so people who buy in the area might actually find themselves getting ticketed regularly because of the lack of parking.
I don't know that to be the case. I'll let you all draw your conclusions from that. I don't believe that the design here would be in conflict with the regulations as far as how people park throughout the city. I understand that there are development review criteria related to the quantity of parking, though.
What is the distance between the back end of each of these homes? How much distance is there for vehicles going back and forth? Is it an alleyway or what?
So there's a shared driveway. Right, so the shared driveway basically in the rear of the properties, and then they front onto a green court. And so my understanding is that there is potentially parking area. Again, it will depend on the model and those types of things, but parking area in the shared driveways, as well as on-street parking.
So the shared driveway is one lane?
I don't have the width in front of me. Again, it's not included on the plat.
Okay. What is the setback from 104th?
From 104th to the edge of the front of the first lot, is that correct? Let me review the plat. I can give you that dimension. So tract A runs the length of the property along 104th Avenue, and it varies in width. There's a 25-foot drainage easement, a 10-foot utility easement. So a minimum of 35 feet. I believe it's actually even wider in portions.
And are there curb cuts from 104th so that when someone is making a right turn, you don't stop the 45-mile-an-hour traffic on 104th? We have that problem on Tower Road, and I really don't believe that any projects should go through without a curb cut to make the turn. So you need to be able to get into a turn lane in order to make a right.
If I may, Jennifer, real quick, just for clarification, Councilmember Noble, are you speaking about a right turn lane off of 104th into? Okay. Brent, do you have any information that you can expound upon?
So I do believe that there is a right turn lane that's designed to tie into Vaughan Way. And Vaughan Way is signalized, so that's a way for traffic to get in and out of this particular development.
What about Tucson Street? That's up on the screen.
I would have to go back and look at Tucson Street, but that is a designated right in, right out.
We would need to have a right turn lane in there as well.
I will check into that. I don't know off the top of my head if it's been designed or not.
These things are public safety issues to me, and that's why I'm raising it, is because we say there's adequate and sufficient public safety, but I'm not sure about that. I am concerned about the one-lane driveways getting in and out of here because we are dealing with a major gas pipeline, overhead electrical towers, and the arsenal. I already provided 7 pages or so.
Councilmember, I just apologize for interrupting. I do want to remind council to ask questions during the public hearing. And so if you want to tie that to a question, that might be more helpful.
Yes, my question is, why aren't those part of the consideration of public safety?
So there is criteria on when right lanes are required, and has to do with the traffic study will tell us how many right turn lanes or how many right turns are going to be. And so when we require a right turn lane, it's based off of our construction standards. So, and I don't happen to have what the construction plans look like here, but if they did have enough right turners, we would have required a right turn lane.
And is there anyone here who is with the, I can't remember.
So
your
if
department.
I could just follow up on that. There is a right turn lane off of 104th onto Tucson Street. It's already been built. And as was mentioned, when the plat is being reviewed by staff, they review it against a variety of city codes, not only the land development code, but also public works requirements, their construction standards. And the staff found that this plat meets all those requirements. And as a matter of fact, many of our construction plans are already approved by the city.
And what public safety steps have you taken regarding ingress and egress from these homes in consideration of the gas pipelines and the arsenal issues and the potential for the Natural Resources District.
I'm sorry, but what approval criteria are you addressing?
I'm asking what public safety measures have you taken in order to accommodate residential?
And I'm sorry, I guess I'm trying to bring us back to the approval criteria, and so I'm asking, what approval criteria does your question
I'm using
address?
adequate and sufficient public safety. Is there adequate and sufficient public safety?
So this plat application went, as Jennifer mentioned, in front of a variety of city departments as well as outside agencies, which would include the fire district, Commerce City Police Department, and all of the affected utilities. And they've all indicated that they have no comments or concerns about this plat.
So the one-lane driveways are no issue for them.
So you're asking me to comment on a construction standard of the city that the city has determined that the plat meets, and I don't have any ability to comment on the validity of that construction standard.
Okay, thank you. I will turn to our staff then. Would you address that, please?
Sure, I can let you know that the shared access ways between the lots are 25 feet. That's the actual designated easement. Certainly, the exact dimensions building to building would depend on the models that are placed on the site, and we don't have those specifics at this time. That would be part of a master model review process and the PUD permit. So, but the actual access easement is included on the plat for 25 feet in these areas.
Okay, I'm looking at G from the staff report. Adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks, and schools are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing development. So I'm simply questioning how we arrived at the idea of adequate and sufficient safety based on the information that we have in the public record.
While she looks up that general information, to put it into perspective, on a major roadway, each lane of travel is 12 feet wide. So with a 25-foot easement, that allows for basically 12 and a half feet for each lane, if you want to call it that. On lower speed roadways, there are lanes that are as narrow as 10 feet in terms of new construction. So just to give you a perspective on that, I'll turn it back to Jennifer.
Thank you. And does that 25 feet include the optional garage?
No, ma'am, it does not. And for the approval criteria, public safety, transportation, all of those items that you mentioned, again, that review was performed by the development review team as part of the referral process. Again, this specific plat that's before you tonight is only those 15 acres. So I would also point out that as a part of the original Reunion Ridge Filing 1, right, that was actually the time when Tucson and Vaughan Way, when those were actually, dedicated and designed. So this is limited really to this area that's shown in color on this particular slide. And as a part of that development review team review, there were no concerns brought up related to any of these items listed in the approval criteria. That's how we got here tonight with an understanding that there was not a concern that had been brought up.
And then, can I make reference to the applicant's own slides, even if they're not part of the plat?
Yes, council member. They're part of the record.
So, in talking about the schools, there was a slide that showed where various money is coming from, but it didn't include the $10 million that has been requested for the 27J bond in November. Also, I'm wondering why.
Was that, excuse me, was that a question for us?
Yes, why wasn't it included?
So the adequacy of schools question is determined by either the dedication of lands or fees in lieu. And for this particular plat, there is no school site to be dedicated, and so there's no fees to be paid. And regarding the bond issue, that's an entirely separate issue that's related to the school district, and that's not one of the approval criteria tonight.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to ask the city attorney if I could make reference to the slides that the applicant presented. So that's what I was asking about, was a slide that the applicant presented.
I'm happy to have that slide brought up. With all due respect, I don't believe that there was any reference made to the school district's pending bond request, but I'd be happy to have that slide brought up.
That's correct, there wasn't.
Because again, any request that Oakwood Homes or Stead School would make to the school district to be included as a part of their bond is totally
Here we are.
unrelated.
This is a slide. This is the money that they were showing.
Okay, so again, as we said at the outset, this is provided for information only because a question was brought up at the city council hearing where this plat was called up about our contributions to the 27J CFFF. Those contributions are entirely voluntary and are not included in your code and are also not relevant to the question of the adequacy of schools. We were asked by city staff to provide information about the Reunion Community Foundation, which again is for information only and is clearly presented here to show city council our dedication to schools within the Reunion community. However, I will point you to the slide and ask you to tell me where the reference to the $10 million is at, and I will again point you to the fact that any request for bond money from the 27J school district is not part of the review criteria and should not be part of your consideration tonight.
I didn't suggest it was going to be part of my consideration, and I did respectfully ask the city attorney if I may comment on slides that the applicant presented. So that's why I asked the question.
Attorney Sheasley?
There was also another slide that indicated that students would be going to Second Creek, and I was curious why it wouldn't be Turnberry.
So the information that we were provided, and then I believe staff was provided, and that was on one of your slides, Jennifer, was provided by the school district. The school district determines what their structures are, what their capacity is, and which students will go to which schools.
Interesting, thank you very much. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to ask the city clerk to recognize any person, I take that back. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is it possible to have one of the packet attachments pulled up to take a look at? Is that permissible? I'm referring to the parking plat that's included, and I just wanted to bring it to attention of council members who are asking questions about parking, because it very specifically points out kind of the footages in between the easement for the roadway as well as the parking that's allowed.
I believe if there's a question related to it, it could be
I mostly
appropriate
just
to look up,
wanted-
but if it was to note outside the hearing, various pieces of the record can be reviewed when the council's considering after the public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to ask the city clerk to recognize any person registered to speak on this matter.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe we have Terry Lucero with 27J signed up to speak.
Okay.
Good evening. Are you going to pull up that portion of the presentation?
Dylan, will you change the input? And that will work. There we
Okay,
go.
thank you. Good evening. My name is Terry Lucero. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for School District 27J. I typically don't go into my history, but just as part of a friendly rivalry with Kelly Lead, I've been in this position for 20 years. And what that would mean to the Commerce City schools is I've been involved in the construction and operation of every single school, 27J school that exists in Commerce City. So starting in Tippecanoe in 2001 to every school that's ever been involved. So any of the criticisms about our decision lie with me, and any of the compliments about our schools, I'll take those too. My business address is 1850 Egbert, Brighton, Colorado. And I'd like to point out that I'm not here to speak in favor or in opposition to this application, but to provide some context about the impact of residential development on your school district. And there's been a number of questions about the Capital Facility Fee Foundation, and I'll try to answer those too. So I'll move quickly here. You've seen these slides. We deal with what's called a student generation rate. We use Commerce City's number. There's 129 homes planned. At 0.775 student generation rate, it'll generate 99.975 students. Those students are divided between elementary school students, middle school students, and high school students. So this particular application will generate 52 elementary school students, 22 middle school students, and 25 high school students. So that's not a large number. Where this becomes challenging is when you start adding the other parts of the Reunion Ridge subdivision, right? And although we don't know what those future plats are going to look like, this is an estimate from our planning department of the number of dwelling units that will happen there. It'll generate 1,356 students, right? 708 of those would be elementary school students, 297 would be middle school students, and 350 of those would be high school students. So at build out, there could be as many students in this subdivision to require an elementary school for this subdivision all by itself. But when we think about this particular request, this chart will show that there is adequate space in the elementary schools out there to meet the needs. And I'm going to answer the question that I heard while I was in the audience. So the numbers that we have up here are projections, okay? Our official enrollment doesn't happen until October 1st. What I can tell you based on today's enrollment data, you'll see Reunion Elementary site capacity, including the modulars, is currently over capacity. Second Creek Elementary, including 6 modular classrooms, is at capacity. That's today. The official count doesn't happen until October 1. Timig Elementary, you can see, has some room, and Turnberry has some room, and those also have all the modulars that the site would handle. Initially, once again, referring to a question I heard in the audience, our initial intent would have had these kids attending Second Creek Elementary. Currently, with Second Creek Elementary being at capacity, we face the uncomfortable condition of asking these kids to go across 104th Avenue to Turnberry, right, which would require transportation because we would not have kids crossing 104th Avenue walking, so that would require busing there. We change boundaries on a regular basis based on how these homes are filled, but in terms of this application, there is absolutely space to handle these. In terms of future applications, I may not be able to say that the next time I come before this group and we talk about future phases of this development. What I wanted to do is in terms of providing some context, kind of dispel some of the misunderstandings about what happens with school finance and how residential construction impacts schools. So there's 2 ways that that districts get money to educate kids. One is from the School Finance Act, and the second is through mill levy overrides. Okay, that money goes to educate kids for the academic functions as well as the operational functions. In terms of school construction, the way we get that money, we get site dedication or cash in lieu of site dedications from developers. We also frequently go out for school construction bonds, and then we also have the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. So I'm going to talk just for a second about the general fund, the School Finance Act. So if you look at the bottom of those little pie charts, it tells you how much money we receive on a per student basis. So you take that number, you multiply it by the number of students, and that tells you how many dollars we get to educate kids. So back in 2011, we got about $62.80 per kid to educate them. And now we get $8,214, right? The interesting thing that you see in terms of this pie chart is if you look at the green part of that pie chart, the total equalization, that's the amount that the state contributes, okay? So back in 2011, the state was contributing about 76% of the general fund that the school district received. Now the state is contributing 69%, okay? So the school district isn't awash with money because of all these homes. What happens is the state just reduces their share and the local share makes up the difference, okay? The difference on the per pupil revenue is the same number that every school district across the state gets with some minor variation. So the two bullet points are really pertinent here, and I have a chart to back these up. But over the last 10 years, we have collected 120% more property tax than we did back in 2011. That doesn't mean that we're getting all of that money, right? All that means is the state is reducing their share. In the same time that we more than double the amount of revenue that the district receives, we only get 30% more per kid. Does that make sense? So the pie stood the same. What the state contributes shrinks. If I had Aspen's chart up here, what it would show is that the state doesn't contribute anything to the Aspen School District because local taxes pay for all of that support. So any notion that all of this residential development that happens all the way across our school district really benefits the school district, that's a fallacy. That does not help us, okay? All that happens, that money goes to the state, they reduce their share, and they take more local taxes to pay that, but we don't receive additional funds as a result of that. So this chart just points that out. If you look at that total local share, back in 2011, we collected about $22 million. We're collecting $48 million now, that 120% increase, right? We don't get 120% more per kid, we get 30% more kid, and that's more tied to inflation than it is to any of these things. Just to show you how that works, and this speaks about the mill levy override. So 27J, and I have Adams 12 up here because it's a slide I use in a different presentation, but basically every school district gets that per pupil revenue. $8,214 for us, Adams 12 gets a little bit more. They have a couple different factors. The big difference in what schools get is in local revenues raised through mill levy overrides, okay? So you can see that Adams 12 collects an additional $1,700 per student in mill levy overrides. You can't quite see the number on 27J because that's 40, okay? So that's the difference. If you live right across the street in Hawley, you get $1,700 more per kid to educate those students. I'm sure you know, the school district is going out for a mill levy override here in November. And if we're successful, it'll generate $16 million, which will add $800 more per student, okay? So currently, out of the 174 school districts in the state, we are either the second or third lowest funded school district in the state. If we're successful with this bond election, our mill levy, so we are the lowest mill levy override across the state. If we're successful, we will be the lowest mill levy override in the state. Let me say that again, okay? We're the lowest now. If we pass an $800 per student mill levy override, we're still the lowest funded. Does that make sense? That's how far we are in terms of the local community supporting mill levy overrides. That doesn't have anything to do with what we're here tonight, but I'm trying to provide some context. $16 million is what that 8 mills will create. I won't spend a lot of time on that. This talks a little bit about how that will impact properties, residential property taxes. I'm sure Dr. Fiddler will schedule some time with the council to have a more detailed discussion about that. So how does residential development contribute to school construction? They either provide sites, and I have to be incredibly complimentary to the staff in Commerce City. They have done an excellent job of finding sites to help us build schools. The other way that they can do it is developers can contribute to the School District 27J Capital Facility Fee Foundation, and that is voluntary, as Mr. Lee said. Back up here. So first I want to talk about the cash in lieu. So currently, the city of Commerce City is collecting $32,077, and this has been in place since April of 2000 for cash in lieu. But the Land Development Code says the city shall use the value provided by the school district, which shall be based upon the average market value of residential land according to the Adams County Assessor's Office. So we recently went to the Adams County Assessor's Office and said, what's the average value of land? And they came back and said $101,600. I'm gonna back up 2 slides. We're collecting $32,000 right now. What the Land Development Code says is we should be collecting $101,000. I'm incredibly happy to report that we reached agreement with Commerce City staff last week about how they will come into full compliance with this in the very near future, right? So a really great conversation. We're thankful for that conversation. This will bring them in line with what we're doing with the city of Brighton, and we're very close behind in completing this with the city of Thornton. So thanks again to the Commerce City staff for making that happen, and we're very, very happy about that. That leads, and there's been a lot of conversation about the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. So to date, the foundation's raised about $15 million. You can see that. Those in yellow are contributions that were made for schools that benefit kids in Commerce City. You can see out of that $15 million totals, 11 million of that, nearly 12 million of that went to schools that benefit Commerce City students. The one that I want to point out is the last one in that top chart that says architectural design development through construction for elementary school 14. The Capital Facility Fee Foundation contributed $4 million to that school that, and I'm going to back up just for a second. If you have not received an invitation to the groundbreaking is this coming Wednesday, day after tomorrow, 10 a.m., 101st and Landmark. Please join us. Go back to the chart here. Very simply, without the contribution from the Capital Facility Fee Foundation, that elementary school would not be being constructed starting Wednesday. Wouldn't happen. Without that $4 million, that school would not be being constructed. We'd be waiting for the outcome of a bond election and would put that opening for a year out. So is the Capital Facility Fee Foundation important? It's critically important. Prairie View High School, $6.8 million. Without that $6.8 million, we'd have never got Prairie View High School done. So the Capital Facility Fee is important. This is the list of the contributors. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in here. Mr. Leeds spoke to their decision to withdraw from the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. I'm not speaking out of turn. We have conversations with him about every time we talk about how we wish they contributed to the Capital Facility Fee Foundation. We realize it is voluntary. We realize it's not a part of the criteria, but the prior slide really pointed out how important it is for developers to help us move these school projects along. So these are a list of the other folks that are not contributing, and there's $1.1 million that we're leaving, $1.4 million that we've lost when developers do not pay. One of the things that I just learned this tonight, so Richmond, Shea, and Tri-Point Homes pays that to Oakwood. Well, they made that mandatory, okay? Ours is voluntary, right? So if they make that contribution to the foundation, the Reunion Foundation, chances are they're not going to double it up and make it to us. So I realize it's not part of the criteria. I'm just telling you that the Capital Facility Fee Foundation is a big part of our plan, has been a big part of our plan. And let me see what else I have here. The bond package, I want to just divert for a minute. I spent all Wednesday morning driving through Commerce City and looking at the residential development happening all across the area over here. And the thing that shocked me was that we're going to have to provide schools in every one of those neighborhoods for those kids, right? I can tell you that in the application that you have before you, there are no plans in this bond request to build an elementary school in that subdivision. It is not in this plan, okay? So that would mean, and these bond cycles usually run 5 to 6 years. So it would be 5 to 6 years before we would be asking for money to build a school in that subdivision, right? This is not the developer's fault, right? This is not the basis that this decision should be made, but I can tell you that continuous and high volume residential development puts an incredible strain on the school district and an incredible strain on the taxpayers in this district, because the only way those schools will be built is by going to the taxpayers and asking them to approve bonds. So I'm going to conclude my presentation there, answer any questions that you might have, and then I will be seated.
Does anyone on council have questions for Mr. Lucero?
Thank you.
Seeing none, ask our city clerk to recognize anyone else to speak on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, we have Renee Bullock signed up to speak.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Renee Bullock. The address, I'm the Executive Director of the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. Our address is 13611 East 104th Avenue, Suite 800. Tonight, due to the late hour, I had a lot of things I would like to say, but my main request is that you grant approval of Oakwood's Reunion Ridge filing number 1, Amendment 4, for final plat approval. Some of the reasons that we would like to see this as a chamber approved is after reading all the information that was given to you by the development review team, by the approval by the Planning Commission, and different public hearings and everything, the application meets with all the criteria for the filing. And when you go through being a former council member, we were instructed to the letter of the law and what you could and could not do according to different reviews. And when everything meets all the plat reviews and all the considerations that are given to you, you have a decision to make. If it was easy to say no, you could, but it isn't when all the reviews are granted in the review of saying affirmative. In 2001, the original development agreement was approved. I was here in 2001 on that council that approved that original development agreement. Boy, that was a long time ago. And I don't even remember it. Oakwood has more than proved their commitment and dedication to Commerce City and the build out of Reunion. Master plan communities include neighborhoods like Reunion Ridge as a part of and a piece of a larger master plan. This is consistent with the mixed-use zoning intent and comprehensive plan. This plat will allow and provide attainable housing that will provide homes for employees and encourage economical growth and investment. And that's one of the Chamber's main priorities in Commerce City. The Chamber supports Reunion, Oakwood Homes, and the plans including mixed-use development and its concept. Do you have any questions for me?
Does anyone on council have questions for Mr. Bullock?
Thank you.
Thank you. This time I'd like to ask the city clerk to identify any written comments submitted for this matter.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, no written comments were submitted by the deadline.
Okay, so at this time I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission in case number S-716-18-20-20-21? Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to the public safety issues that I raised earlier. Could staff please confirm that the review included the items that I talked about regarding the arsenal, the gas pipeline, and so forth?
Attorney Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just, I want to note, this current motion that's pending is a procedural one, just on receiving the recommendations and having those be accepted by the council, not approving them or making a decision. So to the extent your question points to the actual approval of the plat, you might want to reserve it for that time when that motion on approval of the plat is pending.
I'm really sorry, but I have a difficult time hearing you with your mask on. It's hitting your mouth, I think.
Sure. The current motion pending is a procedural one on accepting the recommendations and findings of the Planning Commission, not on approving the plat. I'd recommend, unless the question relates to that, on taking that into your record, reserving the question for the motion on approval of the plat that'll follow, and to ensure that the question isn't in furtherance of adding information to the record, because the public hearing has closed.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so seeing no discussion on that, do we need a voice vote? Okay, can I get a voice vote? All those, all those in favor, oh man, sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries 7-0. So at this time, I would like to ask for a motion and second to adopt Resolution 2021-76. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Oh. Yes.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. Back to my question again, to confirm that the items that I mentioned earlier were included in the review of public safety, which included the gas pipeline, the arsenal, et cetera, the electrical tower, ingress and egress from these homes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize. This seems to be a question relating to facts in the record, unless it's relating to, are you asking staff to identify facts that have been previously stated in the record, council member, and not to testify as to new facts? Which would not be appropriate given that the public hearing has closed.
I don't know that they would be new facts to them. Are you saying these are new facts?
I'm saying the public hearing is closed and the time for asking questions of staff about whether certain things were included in the review criteria might be inappropriate. Perhaps if you reframed, does the record show that staff reflected, that staff reviewed those items? Might be the, I just want to.
Does the record show the staff reviewed those items?
I will do my best to answer this. The record shows that the development review team, and I believe we listed a number of those agencies that were included, such as the Fire District, Tri-County Health Department, our Public Works Engineering staff reviewed the proposal. Staff cannot speak to the exact items that each individual considered in their review.
Thank you.
So at this time, can I get the city clerk to read the title?
Using the wrong mic. Resolution 2021-76, resolution approving the Reunion Ridge Filing Number 1, Amendment Number 4 subdivision.
I'd like to take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously 7-0. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, we can get it done in an hour. What do we got left? My microphone wouldn't come on. Call the meeting back to order. Next, we'll move on to resolutions. First up is Resolution 2021-88, replacing Resolution 2021-38 for the establishment of the EPAC. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2021-88. Councilmember Madera.
Move to approve Resolution 2021-88.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2021-88. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2021-88, a resolution repealing and replacing Resolution 2021-38, establishing Environmental Policy Advisory Committee.
And we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0. Next is Resolution 2021-91, temporarily suspending Resolution 2021-63 to require the conduct of public meetings by electronic means. This resolution was actually modified this afternoon to the Section 1, subsection A says, out of an abundance of caution, conducting public meetings at this time in a virtual manner and without an in-person presence is in the best interest of the city staff and the public. Last week, the city manager informed us that we have a number of employees who are currently out of work due to a positive COVID diagnosis, and the fact that we are continuing to have meetings in presence is continuing to put the risk of spreading that further. So therefore, this resolution was drafted to allow us to go back to virtual meetings. It would end the last meeting of November because we will have to be physically present in order to seat a new council during the first meeting of December. So I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2021-91. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2021-91. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2021-91, a resolution temporarily suspending Resolution 2021-63 to require the conduct of public meetings by electronic means in the absence of a declared emergency through November 30th, 2021.
Thank you. The title has been read. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. If you were a nay, please raise your hand. And that is going to carry 6-2. We will go back to electronic meetings starting next Monday. City staff will be circulating the Zoom link required for that. Next up, we have ordinances on first reading. We have Ordinance 2348, amending sections of Article 4 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code. Would like to invite Brian Foley, Chief Building Official, to make the presentation.
Good evening. I saw you last month when we talked about the adoption of the National Electrical Code, and I'm back again to give you some background on a proposed amendment to the building code for the administrative provisions. But first, a little bit of background. The current adopted building codes are the 2018 I codes, affectionately called the I codes. They're developed by the International Code Council. They, in each chapter 1, there is administrative provisions that establish what the building department can and cannot do. It gives me the authority of what I can and cannot do. And we have city-specific amendments, and part of those, part of chapter 1 are items of construction that are exempt from permit. Some examples of that are already in the code. I'm just going to go over the general large-scale ones that affect us most here is retaining walls less than or equal to 4 feet, cabinetry, kitchen remodels, things like that, things of that nature, kiddie pools, playground equipment, and awnings. The proposed amendments, we have playhouses right now that are amended, that are exempt up to 200 square feet. We would like to expand that to 256 square feet, and you wonder where did that number come from? That's actually a 16-foot by 16-foot square, and that matches an exemption for footings in the building code for the residential construction. Also fences, right now we are at 42 inches. We'd like to go to 6 foot to exempt fences from permit. When I say exempt for permit, I do not mean exempt from building code. Fences that are barriers for pools would not be exempt. Right now, we have an exemption for interior, non-fire rated drywall work up to 100 square feet. I'd like to eliminate that ceiling and make it unlimited. Same with flagpoles, 30 feet or less. Temporary ramps, for instance, people that are aging in place, or if someone that is experiencing an illness or an injury. 30-foot maximum rise of a temporary ramp for residential occupancies only. We would eliminate the permit requirement for roofing, siding, window replacements, provided there are no structural changes and no fire rating requirements. And interior finishes with the exemption of assembly, education, and institutional uses. We would like to exempt changes of finishes such as siding, or I'm sorry, paneling, flooring, things of that nature. And then finally, work or repairs gives me the discretion for minor and ordinary that doesn't affect the general welfare of the public, and it gives me the authority to exempt something from permit. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. I agree with all of the above, but one question. On the ramps, the only thing I would see as necessary for the ramps is that you don't have somebody come in and build a dangerous ramp where the permit could protect, you know, that slope, that handrail stability, so on and so forth. I'm assuming there is a regulation that takes care of that. I just wanted to ensure it.
Yes, that's exactly why we limited it to 30 inches, so that most of these projects that are exempt have a long-standing history of being constructed well, and our resources are very used to those that aren't.
So you're going out there, you're taking a look at it from a permit standpoint or an inspection standpoint, and you rarely, if ever, find a fault in that process.
Correct.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Efficiency is always good.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. At what point do we build in things regarding sustainable uses and that sort of stuff, like for EV parking, or expecting more to be happening in Commerce City when it comes to switching into the future?
Well, I think we can all expect more EV charging stations being installed. If the car companies are true to their word, by 2035, we will have no more internal combustion engines sold by American car companies. So we can expect that will increase. However, that's not exempt from permit. You would probably need a new circuit for your garage, and in that new circuit, you would still need a permit.
When do we revise the municipal code to reflect those uses? Do we do that at all at any point?
I don't think we need to. We are issuing permits for EV charging stations every day, right now.
Okay, wonderful.
Excuse me?
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I do have two questions. The ramps stated for temporary. What time period defines a temporary ramp?
The building code defines temporary as 180 days.
180 days, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And at my discretion, if there were a more long-term solution, might be to require footings and an inspection, like you say. But 180 days is the definition of temporary in the building code.
My question on the drywall work, it says anything non-fire rated assembly. So if an individual.
It's not exempt from permit.
Right.
If it's fire rated, it must get a permit. Yes.
I appreciate that, but how does the general public know whether or not their drywall needs to be fire rated
Well,
or not?
In your home, most of the time it does not. But this provision is for not only residential, which usually it does not, it's a combustible building, and it's allowed to burn. But it's for commercial buildings that are more regulated for fire retardant construction.
But there are situations in the home where it has to be fire rated, such as in any wall between the garage and the living quarters, correct?
That is correct. You have to have a 1/2 inch for your walls and 5/8 inch for your ceiling if there's a living space above.
Right. So my concern, again, is how does this get communicated to somebody who is gonna be doing drywall that they may or may not require that permit?
Very, very good question. We could educate the public if need be. Have a frequently asked questions on our website, things of that nature. I've used, this exemption has been in codes that I've enforced in the past, and I've had no issues.
I mean, I'm all for putting these exemptions out there. My only concern is making sure that we are adequately educating the public on what is exempted versus what is still going to require a permit. And whenever somebody sees minor drywall work and it goes from 100 square feet to unlimited, now all of a sudden I can go into my basement and I can drywall the entire basement and I don't have to worry about it.
That didn't say new construction, it says repairs and minor repairs of drywall. And that's how it's worded.
I guess that's all in how you interpret it. The fact that the builder didn't put that in, I need to repair it, you know. Thank you very much.
Well, I do have, and next week, I'm going to be at study session. We're going to talk a little bit more about some of the things we're doing in the building department. We'll talk a little bit about basement finishes. So,
Like I said, my biggest concern, again, I'm all for putting this forward. I just want to make sure that the education component goes along with it, to make sure.
So noted.
Especially on a fence. I'm all for a fence not requiring a permit. However, it still needs to meet certain standards, though that education component needs to still exist out there.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, the only thing I have to add to that is the education to the general public, but also HOAs and metro districts that are looking to go above and beyond the minimum standards of the city may need to understand this well. So that's, I think, a significant piece of the education that we could focus on. That'll allow for and probably start some changes in some of those special districts.
This week I was working on a brand new website for the building safety division, and this is perfect additions that I can make to that. So noted.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2348. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2348. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2348, an ordinance amending various sections of Article 4 of Chapter 5 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to add project types and construction thresholds eligible for building permit exemptions and to add technical footnotes and amended international codes previously adopted by reference. And your vote should be open.
Motion carries unanimously 8-0, will appear on a future consent agenda. Next, we have ordinance 2351, recognition of the CDOT grant for DUI enforcement. Does anyone on the council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2351. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance, introduced by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2351. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2351, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant in the amount of $16,800 for driving under the influence DUI enforcement efforts and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote should be open.
And that also passes unanimously 8-0, will appear on a future consent agenda. Next, we have ordinance 2352, recognition of the Colorado Post Grant. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2352. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2352. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2352, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the State of Colorado Peace Officer Standards and Training Post Grant Funds in the amount of $3,603 for the support of law enforcement training equipment and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote should be open. Councilmember Noble? Thank you.
Motion also carries unanimously, will appear on a future consent agenda. Next, we have ordinance 2353, recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2353. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Wadiola.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2353. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I just want to thank our Parks and Rec team. We have a great team, and for going out there and getting these grants and making a lot of these parks possible. As we saw at Veterans Memorial, they did some awesome stuff out there, and so looking forward to having a All Abilities Park at Monaco Park as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and definitely echo those comments. Appreciate not only the staff going out and getting the grants, but also the participation and the collaboration from our partners at Adams County as well to make this happen. Seeing no other requests for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2353, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Adams County Open Space Grant Funds in the amount of $960,000 for the Monaco Park renovation project and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Your vote should be open.
And that also passes unanimously 8-0. Will appear on a future consent agenda. We'll now move into administrative council business. We have two items this evening. The first is removal of a Quality Community Foundation Director. On August 30th, 2021, the QCF voted 8-2 to recommend council remove QCF Director Ingrid Barnett. Per the QCF bylaws, directors may only be removed by a vote of council. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I request to move this to a study session to hear the whole story. I don't believe even 5% of it was given to us.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would be fine with that as well. I've got some concerns with all of this, so I would agree.
Anybody on council, Mayor, Councilmember Grimes?
I was just going to say the same thing. If we're can move it to a study session, I would agree.
Would anybody on council like to make a motion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move this agenda item to a study session in the future.
Councilmember Grimes?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to move this agenda item to a study session at a future date. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. We will have a study session on the matter at a future date to be determined. Next up, would like to take a moment and recognize a member of our community who was recently inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame by the Colorado chapter. This individual has been a coach or mentor for Adams City High School and students in the community for over 40 years, and we greatly appreciate the contributions and the mentorship that he provides to our community members, especially the youth. And so would like to take a moment and congratulate Tom DeGarro for his recognition in the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, and also ask if anybody on council would like to direct the city clerk to issue a proclamation recognizing his efforts. Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would definitely make a motion to make a proclamation for Mr. Tom DeGuerro. He's been a teacher in Adams 14, and now he's a principal at Lester Arnold. Amazing family. They got inducted about 3 years ago as a family into the Hall of Fame, and now this year, Mr. DeGuerro got inducted. So make a motion to make a proclamation to, is it Tom DeGuerro proclamation, Mr. Sheasley? Thank you.
Let me ask, we have anything in the city charter that authorizes us to designate a day as a certain individual's day?
Not in the city charter, but as you do with many proclamations, it would be, you designate many things a certain month, so I believe you could do that for a person. There's not a restriction that I'm aware of on, naming things like a day in honor of someone, but I can look into that to confirm.
Okay. I mean, I think a proclamation is great, but I think it would be great if we actually recognized them as, having this particular day in the future as Tom DeGuerrero Day. Councilmember Wadiola, would you consider amending your motion to include that?
Yeah, and if, I just text one of his sons, if we could do it at the start of the wrestling season that day.
Yep. Great. I have a motion to issue a proclamation and declare a certain date in the future to be Tom DeGuerrero Day. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second for that. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion will carry unanimously. Thank you. Look forward to reading that proclamation and also declaring the day in the future and recognizing him for his outstanding civic service that he has provided to this community. Next, we're going to move on to council reports. City Manager Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Several things to bring you up to date on. The CDC reports that 99% of all cases are now the Delta variant. In Adams County, the 3-day rolling average is 106.3. It's still at an elevated level. The latest information regarding vaccinations, one dose is 75.5% of the population have received one dose, and 66.7% have received 2 doses. There are new vaccination locations that are being set up. One is at Save-A-Lot in Derby. The other is just outside here at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We are continuing with the mask order in city facilities and on the job. In terms of general items, I was asked to endorse MGT because of our positive working relationship in the last, I'd say, year and a half, 2 years. But I will not be doing that. While I would welcome continuing to work with their staff, I do not know all the specifics of the dispute between the district staff and MGT. And we want a long-term working relationship, positive working relationship with Adams 14 staff and board. So I don't think it would be in our best interest to get involved in that dispute. Again, like I said, we don't know all the details, and we want a positive working relationship. In terms of meetings with developers, we've had ongoing meetings with a variety of developers on a variety of topics, including conveying City Council's concern over PUDs where we see mixed use being skewed more towards residential than commercial. So we've been transmitting that, conveying that information to developers again to make them aware of council's preference on that. RTD station area urban renewal, we're awaiting feedback from Adams County regarding that. Also wanted to let you know that Kathy, Jenna, and I will be attending the CML conference, and that's Wednesday through Friday of this week. Also had a request from the FOP president to reopen negotiations on the contract. I will be sending a response letter back to him tomorrow, and a copy of that will be going to you as well. And then in terms of departmental affairs, Becknell invited staff to meet with some of their upper management, and I was able to attend that meeting. Their chairman of the board for Becknell said that we were one of the best cities to work with in his experience, and he has a long history of experience with them. He was the founding partner for that company. So that was nice to hear. In terms of active land use cases, that's holding steady at 187 is the latest number there. In terms of the Hammer annexation, we had an inquiry there about, instead of most of that being commercial, that most of it be industrial. We informed them that that does not meet the land use plan or the city's comprehensive plan. There was a ULI panel. That's a panel of experts that come in to evaluate an area. They evaluated the RTD station area, and they were here late August, and we're awaiting their report now. In terms of emergency rental assistance, as of last week, $903,000 was committed of that money, and that leaves about 38% remaining. Now, there's also 50 applications in queue, so hopefully all of that money will be obligated. But also the second tranche, if you will, of that money will be arriving or be available to us in October. So again, that's another 1.3 million. So that assistance for rental housing, rental assistance payments is ongoing. In terms of code enforcement, the code enforcement team are working on targeted neighborhoods. They will be locating dumpsters there for basically a fall cleanup of junk and trash. So more information will be going out about that. In terms of the NIGID education effort, we've engaged Slate Communications to help get the education out the door for people so that they can make an informed decision. That does not include promotion. That is only education of here are the facts regarding this vote that's coming up. In terms of economic development, we have the State of the City coming up on Thursday, and staff has been assisting with preparation for that. Business roundtables currently are in the planning phase for October. Of course, that's going to be dependent on COVID and what happens with that. The Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee, there is information now on the city website regarding that, encouraging people to apply for that committee. Finance is working feverishly on the final budget documents, and so the 2022 budget will be presented for public hearing on October 18th. So that's coming up in a couple weeks. In Parks, Recreation, Golf, Sand Creek cleanup is in the planning phase right now to clean up the encampment area along Sand Creek. The Par 3 golf course is in the phase of planning a design charrette. And then upcoming events, there's the Fishing Frenzy on the 25th of this month. Fall Fest is coming up on October 16 at Veterans Memorial Park. And there's the Buffalo Turkey Trot on November 20. Make all kinds of wisecracks about a Buffalo Turkey Trot. There it is. Public Works. Pavement management is finished except for 88th Avenue next to the landfill, so out east of Tower Road. And that's expected to occur about the middle of October. And then the Jasmine reconstruction is also pending, and that should occur at the end of September. There previously was a question about the 112th Avenue Bridge over the Fulton Ditch. That estimated opening date is October 26th. That would just be opening for traffic, and then final completion doesn't occur until in December. Previously, we had talked about the MS4 compliance at MSC, so Municipal Service Center, there were concerns about some contamination of soil. That has been completed. 1 55-gallon drum of soil was removed, so that is finished. There's other work that's going to occur with the facilities to prevent future contamination of soil. So wanted to let you know that's been done. And then there have been staff meetings with developers regarding early funding for Pressure Zone 41. If you recall, Pressure Zone 41 is basically north of the landfill, east of Tower Road, basically up in that area because of elevation difference. That it requires water storage, additional piping, all of that type of thing, pumping, all of that. And the ECA GID has the capacity projected at this point to issue bonds in the approximate amount of $31 million in 2026. We're reevaluating whether that can be done sooner because of the increased development in that area. And what that shows us is that design work has to occur on this Pressure Zone 41 starting basically now. And so that has to be funded. And so the developers are chewing that over, talking among themselves about fronting the money to get that design work started. And then in terms of the Mile High Greyhound Park, an executed LOI was sent to Pure Strike regarding the hotel development. And now staff can begin working on the final purchase and sale agreement. In addition to all of that, there's the agenda review, so wanted to let you know what's coming up next week. On the 27th, there's the building safety code updates, or building safety updates, I should say. There's a code enforcement division update, housing authority update, and also city council social media policy. So we have those 4 items. And then on October 4, some of the main items are, the general updates that occur, but also the comprehensive plan update, in addition to 2 resolutions. One is authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with Urban Drainage and Flood Control District regarding funding of major drainage way planning for Buffalo Run Tributary. Buffalo Run Tributary is the area near the Buffalo Run Golf Course, hence the name. And then the second resolution is approving the Colorado Opioids Settlement Memorandum of Understanding. And then there's a public hearing regarding basically southwest corner of 112th Avenue and US 85. A number of you have received public emails about that we're basically going to be putting into the record for the public hearing. And again, just a reminder to not engage on that and wait until the public hearing when that would be the appropriate time to have that testimony. Then there's also the ordinance that would deal with the annexation of that property and the ordinance that would zone that property. Any questions about any of the items coming up on the next 2 meeting agendas?
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, thank you. I was interested in moving a couple of items on study sessions. One was to move the Metro District Review up to September 27th from October 11th, and then move Housing Authority from September 27th to October 11th, to switch places for them.
That will be a problem with staffing availability, I believe, is my understanding. Do you know more?
As far as moving the Metro District presentation up, I can tell you that the draft regulation likely will not be prepared by September 27th, but would be by October 11th. We could talk high concepts, though. I do not know about staff availability or what else would be involved with that.
So to the city attorney's point, the documents would need to be prepared at this point because our deadline for getting materials into the packet on something like that is basically today. Don't think we'd be able to accommodate switching those two.
I'm concerned about the delay on the Metro District review, because we've already had 2 Metro Districts come through since we raised the issue of wanting to change the criteria for service plans. So I just feel like we are continually caught flat-footed as a city council and wanted to see if it could be moved up.
We do not have any Metro District reviews scheduled for council prior to that date.
I could be wrong. Excuse me. I could be wrong. I believe there is only one other Metro District application currently pending. There may be a second, one related to the annexation and zoning that's coming before you in the first meeting in October, but the Metro District application is not proceeding at that time. So you will hear it later, but it's nowhere near being scheduled. But you're correct. You wouldn't have a new ordinance in place or a new model necessarily in place by that point, probably. So if it's council's desire, I can whip something together, but it would be a last-minute, not thorough presentation on the potential regulations, and it wouldn't have a new draft model service plan. But I don't know about Mr. Borgelli's presentation of the results of the 2 stakeholder input processes that were conducted recently.
So before the regulations are in place, we could see yet another 1 or 2 Metro Districts, and this has all occurred in the space of about 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Well, what we can do in terms of scheduling, often Metro Districts are in a hurry to be able to get on the fall ballot, with their vote of their district. They're past the deadline at this point, so we could delay consideration of any additional Metro Districts until council does have opportunity to act on a new ordinance.
I would really urge that. Does anyone have any opposition to that? Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst? Councilmember Grimes?
Well, I'm just curious, did we just kind of agree to a moratorium on hearing Metro Districts?
Not officially.
I just feel like we didn't get consent of the council at all regarding switching, scheduling, or making a decision about delaying Metro District.
So we are not adjusting the schedule. The schedule is staying as it is. According to the staff, we don't have any Metro District applications that are pending or of an urgent nature like we'd usually do during the summer because they're trying to make the fall ballot. So my understanding from those comments would be that if something does come up, then we will weigh the timing of when that needs to be approved in order to meet the needs of the Metro District.
Yes. Their next deadline would be for a spring vote, and so that's many months away yet. So we have plenty of time in there to flex.
May I just clarify one thing? So if an application is already submitted, it would be considered under the current service plan requirements, correct?
No, that's not correct. All Metro District service plan approvals are within the discretion of council. Essentially, it's a legislative action as to whether council approves from a policy perspective of having a Metro District form within the city's boundaries and according to what terms. The model is an administrative one that is a recommendation. The applicant brings changes and proposes them, and then council reviews each one anew, essentially. The code change that's going to be proposed will make that more formal, put some boundaries around, not boundaries, because it will still be discretionary, some guidelines to help council make their decision, and have an updated model service plan. And so any application currently pending, as with the two that were approved recently, and those were submitted and approved with new changes to what the model previously had been. So anything submitted, anything that an applicant asks to schedule for council now, we're going to have a conversation about scheduling and probably notify council in advance that it's going to be coming, because these things are in flux. We don't anticipate having anything being scheduled, especially given, as Mr. Tinklenberg said, the lack of need for approvals right now, because there won't be any ability to form a metropolitan district until next May, and have an election until next May. And we don't have any that are listed, or no one's pushing applications to move forward at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, Roger, I just had a quick question. I missed what you were referring to at the RTD station. I believe you said we were waiting on the county. Can you clarify what we're waiting on?
Sure. So Deputy City Manager Jason Rogers has had discussions with Adams County staff regarding a joint, basically urban renewal area that would include both area that's incorporated into the city or annexed into the city, and unincorporated area that is still Adams County jurisdiction. And so basically we're looking at the model that Adams County did with City and County of Denver, east of, or west of here, basically. That was a former Superfund site. And so it's an area where we can enter into an intergovernmental agreement to form an urban renewal area that covers both unincorporated and incorporated portions of the city. And so their staff is holding discussions with the Board of Commissioners to see what their thought is on it. Are they receptive and that type of thing. We're just waiting to hear back from them, but I wanted to, it's been a past topic of conversation, so just wanted to give you a heads up that that's in process.
Any other questions for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, I'm going to bounce back to administrative council business real quick. I'm looking for a motion in a second to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Good.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to extend the city council meeting by 30 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carries 7-1. Before we go back to reports, Councilmember Noble has administrative council business that she would like to bring up.
Thank you very much. I wanted to raise the issue of redistricting. While Commerce City was in District 8, it doesn't include our growth area or the planning area in the latest map. And so I wanted to suggest that we send another letter to the Redistricting Commission to ask that all of Commerce City, including the growth area, be included in District 8.
A good catch. Thanks for bringing that up. Is that a motion that you would like that letter drafted and my signature put on it?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion to have staff draft another letter to the Redistricting Commission and have my letter affixed to it requesting that not only all of Commerce City, which is currently incorporated, be part of District 8, but also any land that is in our IGA defined growth boundary. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second for that letter. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote.
I raised my hand, Mayor.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question. Is there any advantage to having more representation in the city?
guess that would depend on whether or not you like the individual that is representing you. Just, I think that's a philosophical debate that could be made. We already said that rather than be part of CD4 and CD8, that we all wanted to be part of CD8, and that was approved unanimously. I personally, I think that having more representatives that you can reach out to and beg to advocate on your behalf to federal agencies would be effective, but again, a philosophical debate. Councilmember Grimes?
I had a similar thought, but also it kind of makes me wonder if we would end up with further divide within the city if we end up having separate districts within it to represent different parts of the city. So agree. I don't know how you come up with a good answer there, but just more food for thought. I think it may divide us further, literally.
Any other discussion?
I just wanted to put the question out there, because when we go to DC and we're working with the representatives, there's definitely a difference when the representative represents your city versus when they don't. You can tell when we go into different offices how we're received. And so that's the only reason I wanted to put the question out there.
You mean like when they hide in their lobby?
I won't name any names.
Great. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That'll pass unanimously. Mr. Gibson, if you could brush out Mr. Sheasley.
I was going to say, before you move back out of administrative council business, I wanted to note that given the Metro District discussion, if council wanted something prepared for October 4th to make sure that no Metro District applications come before you for, say, 3 months, that is something that could be voted on now. But that would be, I'm talking about a pause in processing Metro, or bringing Metro District applications. So I didn't know if that was something council wanted to explore to satisfy any concerns.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Gibson, if you could draft that letter and need me to wet sign it, I can come by and do that, otherwise digital, and send that off.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I have one quick administrative business as well. I was contacted by local representatives for the 7-Eleven companies, and they have requested, and I'll be putting in a request for a study session about a tax audit dispute that goes back all the way to 2012. But I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that it's coming, and the details will follow.
Any other administrative council business before we move back to reports? Seeing none, Mr. Sheasley, please give me a timeout. Councilmember Noble.
Is there consensus for a 3-month delay, as Mr. Sheasley suggested?
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary per se. I think, the last Metro District that came in, we saw was in line with the model service plan that we have, or that's in draft currently. So, I just trust staff to work through those issues with the Metro District and let them know where our model service plan is heading, if there is something urgent, but I just don't see it as a pressing need.
Any other discussion on that item?
Since the city attorney brought it up, I thought it was worth pursuing.
Okay, Mr. Sheasley, back to council reports, and the floor is yours.
Okay, I won't make suggestions anymore. No. I just wanted to highlight the work of an attorney in my office. Sarah Geiger is the senior assistant city attorney. She is presenting at the Municipal League Conference on Friday morning on the paid leave law and the public health emergency law that was enacted last year, and it's quite a law, and she's become an expert in the state on it, and she's a wonderful asset for our office and for the city. So if you're at the conference and feel like popping in, it's worth seeing, but I just wanted to highlight that work. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Do any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Grimes?
Yep, just a quick one this week. I had the opportunity to attend the Harvest Moon Dinner for the Friends of the Front Range Wildlife Refuge group on Saturday evening. Wonderful event, and that group is doing great work to bring lots of amenities to the refuge and to continue to support funding over there. So just a wonderful opportunity to be with them and learn more about their mission. And then Sunday, I had the opportunity to golf in the Yeti Classic Golf Tournament, which supported Reunion Elementary School on behalf of the city, and that was another great event. They raised a bunch of money, and they're very grateful for our support.
Councilmember Wadiola?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things. I attended the Rolling Thunder event at the South Platte Crossing for the Early Childhood Partnership of Adams County, a great event. My only feedback is this was in our city and we didn't have any city resources out there. Missed opportunity again to connect with our residents that are getting services, but tons of resources, and Roger, I'll be sending you a memo of some of the things that were there. The Cultural Council launched its Karma City Eats. There's a lot of chatter about why only 8 restaurants participated or are participating. The Cultural Council sent letters, emails, phone calls, went to restaurants, to the 82 restaurants we have in the city. That includes chains, and only 8 decided to participate. It's completely free. The application or process is very simple. You know, we want people to enjoy all the restaurants, but these 8 are participating, and hopefully you could get out there, take a picture, upload it. The website was a little off, but I think they fixed it. Thank you, Roger, for working hard on the weekend to getting that. We got tons of emails, but the 8 restaurants signed up. We met with the dog track, Greyhound Dog Track Art Committee. Excited to see when that comes out. The policy committee met on Wednesday. Just FYI, we're doing a lot of work, step by step, and hopefully we could bring some good policies. Just a quick plug, Adams City High School's homecoming parade is at 10:30. Starts on Olive. It's always a cool event with the game at 1 p.m. And then CCYA Raiders, our youth league, they have their Shrimp Bowl, which is kind of like their homecoming all day at the 88th and Rosemary field. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, this weekend I was privileged to attend the Ralston House Ciders and Sliders event. Just wanted to highlight the great work that they do, and proud that we sponsored that. It's a lot of hard work that they do.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? Seeing none, we'll be brief with my remarks. Did not attend any events or meetings last week. I traveled for work and then spent the weekend in Texas with my mom in the hospital. I'd like to thank everybody for the well wishes. She is slightly getting better, but still there. Also want to just send a thank you out to all the city staff for keeping us going through all this. We continue to churn along at a frantic pace, and you continue to do phenomenal work and everything. And congratulations to Ms. Geiger for presenting this week at CML. That's a huge accomplishment to be selected to present at a conference like that. So kudos to you for that, and as well as everybody in Mr. Sheasley's department for that. So that being said, we will adjourn the city council meeting and move on to the NIGID meeting. On the right page to do that. Page 5, there it is. All right, we'll call the NIGID meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Allen Thomas. Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Wardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the board member not present. Vice Chair?
Motion to excuse Chair Allen Thomas. No.
Board Member Grimes?
Board member.
Second the motion?
I have a motion and a second to excuse Board Member Allen Thomas from the meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0. Next on our agenda, we have approval of minutes. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair Frank?
So moved.
Board Member Grimes?
Second the motion?
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. Next up, we have ordinances on second reading. This is ordinance NIGID 181, amending the budget for expenses related to the 2021 election. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing Board Member Wadiola?
Yeah, what outreach efforts are we gonna be doing to educate the public on this? Do we have a plan or?
Yes, there's information that I've pulled together regarding basically the history of the NIGID and then basically what's the purpose of the two ballot measures. And so we'll have the city attorney's office review that to make sure we're not promoting, but we're educating. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Slate Communications, that will be one of their tasks to get that information out to prospective voters.
Well, thank you, Roger.
And if I, just to follow up, if there are limits in that, it's because the state campaign finance law prevents the use of public funds in support of ballot measures or against ballot measures, and so there are some fine lines there that the city shouldn't cross.
We could still promote it though, right, as individuals?
Individually, yes.
All right, I have a motion and a second to, no, I don't yet. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve NIGID 181 on second and final reading. Board Member Madera?
So moved.
Board Member Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance NIGID 181 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please take a roll? Call vote.
Your vote should be open.
And that passes unanimously 8-0 on final reading. And with that, we will adjourn the NIGID meeting, and I will call to order the ECA GID and ERA GID joint meeting to order. Tonight's ECA GID and ERA GID meetings will be held jointly in the interest of time. Roll call motions and votes will be taken only once, but recorded in the minutes for each board separately. This time I will call the meeting to order and ask Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Frank.
Present.
Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Allen Thomas. Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Guardiola.
Present.
Board Member Hurst.
Present.
Board Member Grimes.
Present.
Board Member Smith.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse Board Member Allen Thomas. Board Member Madera.
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
Second the motion?
I have a motion and a second to excuse Board Member Allen Thomas. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. Next up, we are going to approve our minutes. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair Frank.
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. Next up, we'll move to resolutions. First up, we have Resolution ECA GID 21-06 for approval of the master service agreement with the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ECA GID 21-06. Vice Chair Frank.
So moved.
Board Member Grimes.
Second the motion?
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ECA GID 21-06. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. We'll move on to Resolution ERA GID 21-02 for approval of the Master Services Agreement with the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ERA GID 21-02. Board Member Grimes.
So moved?
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ERA GID 21-02. Is there any request for discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. Next up is Resolution ECA GID 21-08, approval of an IGA for construction of Third Creek West improvements. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Seeing no requests for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ECA GID 21-08. Board Member Grimes,
So moved.
Vice Chair Frank.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ECA GID 21-08. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries 8-0. Last, we have Resolution ERA GID 21-04, approval of an intergovernmental agreement for construction of Third Creek West improvements. Does anybody on the board have any questions for staff? Board Member Grimes.
No.
Seeing no request for discussion or questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ERA GID 21-04. Board Member Grimes.
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution ERA GID 21-04. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. And that is going to pass unanimously 8-0 with one absence. That concludes our joint ECA GID and ERA GID meeting, as well as all of the meetings we have scheduled for this evening. Thank you very much. Have a good night. We are adjourned. Have a good week.